West currently on a 3-game hit streak.
For 8 in the Southwestern Series.
With 3 hits and as many at bats. Here's the 1-1 pitch. And she got it to pop it up, hit it down the handle out to second. Fellows comes in and makes the catch. And there's now 2 gone here in the 4th. Honestly.
Mia Monomog now will be the hitter. Mia hitting .241 in this her 10th start, 12th appearance. Trying to get something going with 2 outs and a 2-0 advantage for Southern Nazarene. Wind kicking up some dust in the infield. First pitch is upstairs, 1 ball, no strikes. That dust will soon be in Kansas. Sparkman. See if Monomog can change that. Mia, a .241 hitter. Has 2 home runs to tie for the lead. Pitch on the inside corner, a strike, and it's 1-1. Monomog has homered twice. She has driven in 3. Her on-base percentage is .353, slugging percentage over .550. Monomog from California. Now in Shawnee via the way of Tennessee, UT Martin. Swinging a miss on one up in the zone, and it's 1 ball, 2 strikes.
I'm such a dang idiot.
Monomog was a 2-time state Final Four participant in high school, and her 2017 team was state runner-up. 1 ball, 2 strikes, 2 out. 2-0 Southern Nazarene. Game 1 of 2 here this afternoon from Shawnee. And Sparkman brings it home. It's upstairs, and it's 2 balls and 2 strikes. If Monomog reaches, Dimry would come to the plate representing the tying run. And Dimry, who primarily is a dead pull hitter, would see her eyes light up with the conditions the way they are today. Two balls and 2 strikes. OBU for the 3rd time in the last 4 games has spotted the opponent at least a 2-run advantage as the pitch is in tight and low, 3-2. They trailed 3-0 after a half inning in both first and third games of the weekend series with Southwestern. Needed 8 to erase that and win in a walk-off on Sunday. Chipped away and won 5-4 in the series opener last Saturday afternoon after that 3 spot. Here's the 3-2 pitch. Into the handle, and that's going to be caught by the shortstop, Sullivan. Good play. It was sinking quickly, but Brooklyn, who chipped it towards the hole at short, got a good jump and was able to haul it in. So OBU, for the 2nd straight inning, goes 1-2-3 and out. We've played 2. 2-0 Crimson Storm on the Bison Sports Network.
Todd. ATW down.
2-0 to score. I've been here all along. James apparently has not been here. He has our sound corrected. It's 2-0 Southern Nazarene. She's been witnessing a 2-run home run by SNU, and Fellers in the second is the difference. 2 runs, 2 hits, 1 left for SNU in that inning. OBU through 2 at-bats is still looking for their first base runner against Brooklyn Sparkman. So it'll be the top third lineup for Southern Nazarene, due up against Aspen Younts. Younts has struck out 2, walked 1, and given up 2 runs on 2 hits. I was saying this earlier, but nobody heard me. Aspen Younts has been very, very good this season. Younts' first pitch in there for a strike, and it's 0-1. Younts making start number 5, appearance number 8, win-loss record 3-1, 2.88 earned run average. 29 strikeouts and 9 walks before today. Batted average against 217. Pop-up, left side, blowing back into the field of play, and at third base, it's Asia Henry that is underneath it for out number 1. Sky Ayat now will bat. Sky with a strikeout, swinging back of the first. Aspen Younts, 7 innings, a season-high 8 strikeouts here on Saturday afternoon of the series opener against Southwestern. 1 walk, 4 hits, or 8 hits and 4 earned runs. Ayat now backs out of the batter's box and will recollect her thoughts as Younts still has not stepped on the rubber. In comes the pitch. And it's check swinged and fouled out of play on the first base side. Temperatures at game time at cloudy skies were 68 degrees. Winds were out of the south-southwest at 22, which means, again, the wind is blowing for the left field foul pole out towards right and right center. Seen some breaks in the clouds, so there is a little bit of sunshine bathing the facility here in Shawnee. No balls at 1 strike. Here's Younts' pitch. Stays high, 1-1 the count. Aspen pitched in all 3 games of the conference opening weekend series 2 weekends ago with Ouachita. Worked to combine 13 1/3 innings. Struck out 8 and walked 4 over those 13-plus innings. The 1-1 pitch. Popped out of play again, first base side. Advantage to Aspen Younts. 1 ball, 2 strikes. Younts is a junior, transferred from Crowder College in Missouri. She's a native of the Show Me State from Pleasant Hill, Missouri. 2 runs, 2 hits for the Crimson Storm. No runs, no hits for OBU through 2. We're in the top of the third. 1-2 pitch. Hit past the third baseman, Henry. Into left field. Over to cut it off quickly is Anderson. And making the wide turn, but putting the brakes on is Ayat. And SNU's leading hitter has her first hit in 2 at-bats today. So here is Mahina Sauer. Sauer grounded out second to first to end the opening frame for the Storm. Aspen Younts giving up the early lead on the home run. For Younts, that was the first home run that she surrendered all season long. Here comes the pitch. Fly ball, center field. There's the second one. Gone just to the left of the scoreboard. It's 4-0 Southern Nazarene. So Mahina Sowers turns on a pitch from Aspen Younts, and it's now a 4-0 deficit for the Bison. For Sauer, that is run batted in number 10 and 11, and that's her first home run of the year. And you could see Kyle Webb, who is filling in as the head coach for Sam Maples this weekend, is out there with a circle. So now the Bison have a real hole to climb out of. It's a 4-0 deficit. At this point, they've done nothing against Brooklyn Sparkman. But then again, if history repeats itself, the Bison have SNU right where they want them after, again, trailing on 2 different occasions by 3 runs this weekend before coming back to sweep the Southwestern Series. Caitlin Curry to bat. Curley has walked and scored ahead of the home run from Fellers back in the first. And that was Fellers' first home run of the year as well. So a lot of firsts. First two given up this year by Youts, and the first two for both Fellers and Sauer. First pitch misses, and it's 1 ball, no strikes. Infield pretty much straight up. Outfield deep as you would expect, and center and right. Fly ball and a play off to a right, and it's 1 ball and 1 strike. SNU in conference play is hitting just under 400 entering this third set against league foes. They now have belted 5 home runs this year in conference play. Off speed at the letters for a strike, 1 ball, 2 strikes. So they have been a much more prolific offense in conference play than they certainly were out of play. Coming in, they had hit all but 2 of their 5 home runs against league foes, Henderson State, Southeastern, and now Oklahoma Baptist. 1-2 pitch. Outside, 2 balls, 2 strikes. So Youts has been forced to work and labor out there after a clean first inning. Aspen's delivery. Change up, swung on a miss for a strike. Curley goes down swinging. It's a great pitch from Aspen Youts. So Aspen with 3 strikeouts today now has 32 on the season. That is 51 as a team now for the Crimson Storm. And here is Brooklyn Sparkman. Brooklyn Sparkman hitting .360. She has homered once, driven in 4. Sparkman was the middle of now 3 strikeouts, and she hammers that pitch, just missing Ryan Madden on the third base side. It's a strike. Both of these schools still thinking basketball as well. OBU's men will be in the South Central Regional starting Saturday night in Lubbock. Their opening opponent will be UAM. Southern Nazarene's women stunned the league, and they won the Great American Conference Tournament Championship down in Durant, coming from behind to beat Southeastern and earn the automatic bid to Canyon, Texas. 1 ball, 1 strike. They did that without arguably their best defender, and Jones, but it was another Jones, Peyton Jones, that came back and hit a big shot and then forced a turnover late to help SNU steal a win down in Durant. 1 ball, 1 strike. It's swing and foul back to the screen. It's 1 ball, 2 strikes. 2 games here, 1 in Bethany on April the 6th for the season series.
Been one of those days.
2 in, 4-0 Southern Nazarene to the third. In comes the pitch. And she changed speeds on her, and Sparkman was out in front and just nicked it foul. Brooklyn Sparkman has held OBU hitless, in fact scoreless. Has been perfect through 2 innings and came in allowing a .266 batting average. She's been pretty good again, hitting .360 at the plate. And now Sparks goes out, as does the infield, to visit with Aspen Youts. Youts trying to get through the number 5 hitter and keep it a 4-0 deficit for the lower third of the Bison lineup in the bottom of this inning. One ball, 2 strikes, and in comes the pitch. Swing and a miss. Same spot. Chased one away, and down Sparkman swinging for the second time. More damage, though. 2 runs, 2 hits for Southern Nazarene. 4 have crossed the plate total after 2.5, 4-0 visitors here on the Bison Sports Network. of the third from the Bison Softball Complex. Cheyenne Demery to lead off. Then it's Anderson and Savage. If anybody reaches the top of the order with Sandoval. The 5 through 8 spots in the 6-5 finale against Southwestern here on Sunday afternoon were really good. They were 5 for 9. So let's see if the bottom part of the order can get something started here against Sparkman, who has not yielded a thing. Sparkman on the afternoon has struck out 1, and OBU has really just 1 ball out of the infield. Motamog popped out to shallow left, but it was caught with a shortstop, Sullivan. And then the other was a lazy fly ball out into shallow center that Sunby was able to track down off Sandoval's bat to start the ball game. So Cheyenne Demery will lead off the third. OBU has a hole to climb out of now, trailing 4-0. Cheyenne Demery on the season is hitting .200, had her first hits of the year against Southwestern, and the first pitch is taken for a strike. Cheyenne Demery was 2 for 3, had an RBI and a run scored in the 6-5 finale on Sunday. Demery had her first extra base hit, also her first single of the year. Demery making her 5th start, 6th overall appearance. In comes the pitch. Low and away, 1 ball, 1 strike. Cheyenne Demery has been to the program quite a while. She has had some individual success. Now has become somewhat of a role player here in her final season with Oklahoma Baptist, and she is a big bat. When she's on fire, she can cause a lot of damage. Sparkman gets the sign, now delivers. And a little tap or foul behind home plate, and it's now 1 ball, 2 strikes. Cheyenne Demery went 0 for 2 against Northeastern State, Nebraska Kearney, Fort Hays State, and only had 1 at bat in the 3-game series, the only game she appeared in against Washita. Before, again, the 2 for 3 game against Southwestern here on Sunday afternoon. 5th-year senior out of Pryor. In comes the pitch. Way upstairs, and the count even goes to, it's actually 2 balls and 2 strikes. Cheyenne Demery was all-league second team just as recently as 2018. That year, she was 4th in the conference in slugging percentage and led the team in batted average at .352. 2 balls, 2 strikes. That one goes to the backstop with a fly, and it's 3-2. OBU down 4-0. Will take a base runner any way they can get it, if that means a leadoff walk here from Demery. Cheyenne was a member of the 2017 NCCAA National Championship softball team here on Bison Hill. Before last year, the season was cut short. She'd made 21 of 20, all 21 appearances were starts last year. The pitch is lined into the gap in left center field. It's down, and that goes to the wall for extra bases. Demery is thinking, too. The throw is offline, and Cheyenne stands in with a double. So finishing that thought as OBU finally gets to Brooklyn Sparkman. She played and started all 21 games a year ago before the season was shuttered. Cheyenne Demery had played in 46, 47, and 47 games from 2017 to 2019. She's seen a lot of time out there on the diamond for the softball Bison. Here's McKenna Anderson. McKenna set out the finale on Sunday against Southwestern. McKenna hitting .471. This is her 7th start, 9th appearance on the season. Anderson has 8 hits, all singles, and she's driven in 2. Has an RBI opportunity here, down 4-0. Shows bunt, takes low, and it's 1 ball, no strikes. RBI opportunity here in the bottom of the third with Southern Nazarene staked to a 4-0 lead. McKenna Anderson in the first couple of games of the series with Southwestern went 3 for 6. Drove in a run, scored a run in the series opener, a 5-4 come from behind OBU win, but The story of Anderson, I thought, in the first two games of the series was her play defensively and left. Reaches out, slaps that one foul off the top of the dugout. It's 1-1 strike. Anderson this year, in the games in which she's played, has hit safely in 5 of her 8 appearances. And now Brian Madden is coming out of the dugout on the first base side and headed the circle. SNU with a 4-0 lead, but nothing is safe on an afternoon with the conditions like they are. Cheyenne Demery, McKenna Anderson down the line, visiting with Kyle Webb. And now the conference is a brief one out there in the circle. It actually was not Anderson, but it was Shelby Savage that was down the line along with Demery, talking to Kyle Webb. McKenna Anderson stays near home plate. The conference is over. Asks for time as she digs in. Now read positions. Left-hander awaits the 1-1 pitch from Brooklyn Sparkman. Sparkman's pitch. Bunted through for a strike. It's 0-1, or 1-2. Savage would bat next, and then the top of the order with Cheyenne Sandoval. Comeback needs to start here after the leadoff double by Cheyenne Demery. Sauer at first, Curley at third, inside the bag, playing close to a third of the way down towards home plate. Here's the pitch, swing and a miss. Bad at bat for McKenna Anderson as she chases one well out of the strike zone. Strikeout number 2 now for Sparkman, and 1 out, and Shelby Savage came to the plate. Shelby Savage in 11 starts, hitting .267, 8 hits, a triple, and 5 driven in. Shelby Savage, like her teammate Cheyenne Demery out there at second, has seen a lot in her time here in Shawnee. Grew up in the community, played high school baseball at nearby Dale. In comes the first pitch. Fastball strike away, and it's 0-1. Savage went 1 for 3 at all 3 games of the Southwestern Series. Had a season-high 3 RBIs, and they needed every scrap of those Sunday afternoon in the walk-off victory against the Lady Bulldogs. Southwestern ended an 11-game losing streak today, dating back to last year with a victory against Northwestern. First of 2 in Weatherford between those two longtime rivals. Savage slaps that pitch out of play over the third base side. No balls, 2 strikes. Savage has driven in 4 over her last 2 games and 5 since the 23rd of February. Now would be a good time to add to that total. In comes the 0-2 pitch. Low and away. It's 1 ball, 2 strikes. Savage has yet to have more than 1 hit in the 5 games in which she's had at least a base hit. Advantage Brooklyn Sparkman. 1 ball, 2 strikes. 4-0 Southern Nazarene to the third. Here's the pitch. Swing and a miss. Fastball. She couldn't catch up to it, and down goes Savage. And now Sparkman has struck out the last 2 after the leadoff double by Cheyenne Demery. Here is Sandoval. Cheyenne Sandoval lifted one out into shallow center field to start the ball game back in the first. Cheyenne came in hitting .256 of the season. Sandoval had hits in 2 of the 3 games of the Southwestern Series, but was just 2 for 10 against Lady Bulldog pitching. She had driven in 4 runs in a recent stretch, 3 in the final game of the Ouachita Series and 1 to open up the SWASU Series. 1 ball down and no strikes to the Oklahoma Baptist shortstop. OBU with a golden scoring opportunity with a leadoff double, but Demery has not moved from second. Now 2 out. Here's the 1-0 pitch. That's lifted into left, but playable. Brandon comes in, dives, and diving is Sullivan. Can't make the catch. And rounding third and scoring is Demery, and standing to second with a double is going to be Cheyenne Sandoval. The wind, and you can see what happens when it gets up in the air. It's going to be tricks. And it did so. Brandon looked like he was going to be in position to make the catch. Sullivan then tried to make the play from shortstop and could not do so. And with 2 outs, Demery running, and it's a 4-1 ball game. So 2 extra base hits here in the third, and OBU's on the board. And here is Kylie Kalamura. Kylie Kalamura grounded out second to first, back of the first inning. Kalamura hitting .417, had a tough series against Southwestern, just 2 for 10. Through the Ouachita series that ended on February 27th, she was the team leader in batted average at .500. Here is the pitch. Chased one inside, rolls it foul. That was on the handle, and it's no balls and 1 strike. Kalamura out of Roosevelt High School, Kanaho, Hawaii. 5'4" and a sophomore. Well, on 1 in, 2 out, 4-1 SNU in the third. Kalamura waits, and the pitch. Ground ball to the hole, and glove by the shortstop Sullivan. She'll have to play. And over to third, down goes Sandoval, and there at the corners as the tying run comes to the plate in Asia Henry. So the second time through the order, OBU has made some adjustments. They're getting better swings on Brooklyn Sparkman. And let's see what Asia Henry can do. Asia Henry hit her second home run of the season on Sunday afternoon, the walk-off. It was her first since the middle game of the Ouachita series a week earlier on February the 26th. Asia Henry out of Oklahoma City, transferred to Bison Hill from Butler County up at El Dorado. Tying runs are on, or the tying run is at the plate, and the first pitch is swung and lifted foul for a strike. Early childhood education major, or minor with a special education major. Second team all-conference, all-city selection in high school. No balls, 1 strike. They're at the corners, and the tying run of the plate. So OBU, after digging themselves a hole, trying to get another 2-out rally going here in the middle stages of this one. Wind still howling to the flagpole and straightaway center. The pitch off speed and low, and it's 1 ball and 1 strike. Some chatter coming now for the Bison dugout. It'd been a little lethargic offensively. First time through. Sparkman had retired 8 of 9 they faced, but the one that reached is scored the only run here in this third inning. Brooklyn Sparkman looks down at her chart. Now delivers the 1-1 pitch. Good swing, fouled it back. Rudder was off and going from first. And now Henry behind, 1 ball, 2 strikes. Over the weekend, Oklahoma Baptist was really pretty good with 2 outs at an inning. They have back-to-back 2-out hits since the leadoff double by Demery. Sandoval with the RBI bloop double and left, and then the infield single to the hole. It's short from Kalamura. Sparkman 1 pitch away from leaving the tying run of the plate. Off speed, swung on and missed. Down goes Henry. And the threat is extinguished, but OBU will settle for 1. 3 hits, 2 left. To the 4th we go. 4-1 Crimson Storm on the Bison Sports Network. To the fourth inning we go. 4-1 Southern Nazarene. OBU missing a golden opportunity with 2 outs. Asia Henry went down swinging, representing the tying run. Southern Nazarene with 2 in the top of the second, 2 in the top of the third, both on big flies. OBU chipping away after 2 doubles and an infield single, producing a run in the fourth. Here is Fellers. Haley Fellers hit her first home run of the afternoon to give SNU a 2-0 lead. First pitch from Youts misses away. 1 ball, no strikes. Had some audio problems early. We were telling you that Sam Maples is out for at least 10 games. Or not 10 games, but 10 days. A 1 pitch outside, 2 balls and no strikes. That after testing positive for COVID, her assistant Kyle Webb missed the weekend series with Southwestern for the same reason. 4-1 Southern Nazarene, top of the fourth from Shawnee. Here's the pitch. Low, it's 3 balls and no strikes. Youts in the first 3 innings has allowed the leadoff hitter to reach just once. That was a walk back of the second to Curley, who came around to score on Feller's 2-run home run to right. 3-0 pitch. In there for a strike. It's 3-1. So our get well wishes to Sam, her husband as well, Taylor, who are in quarantine. Nothing better than quarantine. 4 runs, 4 hits for SNU, 1 on 3 hits for Oklahoma Baptist. Top of the fourth. Here's the 3-1 pitch. That's high and another leadoff walk. Last time it came around the roost. Hopefully this time it does not. And here is Sydney Sunby. Sydney Sunby came in hitting .219. She reached on a scratch single back in the second inning. Sunby did not have a hit in 3 starts against Southeastern. She opened conference play 4 for her first 6. Since then, she's 0 for her last 7 before that scratch hit in the second here. First pitch upstairs, 1 ball, no strikes. Youts coming off a season-high 8 strikeout performance in 7 innings against Southwestern. As Sparks, you can see, jogs out to the circle. And really the reason that OBU won that ball game on Saturday afternoon was squarely because of Aspen Youts. She really pitched well in the first inning. The defense let her down. It was a 3-0 hole, and then she really settled in, retiring 13 of the next 15 batters, and that kept OBU in the ball game until they could get just enough offense to come back and win. 1-0 count, 1 on, nobody out. SNU top of the fourth. Here's the pitch. Runner started to go. It's downstairs, and it's 2 balls and no strikes. OBU in an extended homestand that covered almost 2 weeks, 8 conference games. That's big because this program last year, before the season was shuttered, played just 1 home conference series. That was against Henderson State, and they won 3 of 4. In comes the pitch, fouled off. She just got a piece of it. It's 2-1. So Sam Maples has been the coach here in Shawnee. They are 14-22. However, they are 7-3 in their last 10 games over a 2-year span in this ballpark. Two balls, 1 strike, 1 on. See if the runner moves on this pitch. She did the last. There she goes. Pitch hit foul, third base side. It's 2-2. The year before Sam took over the OBU program, 2018, OBU went 16-31. 13-26 in conference. The pitch. Runner again goes. Fouled back. Maples' first year, the following spring in 2019, OBU went 17-39. They really took a big step forward last year, 14-10. They were all alone in second place in the league when the season abruptly came to end because of COVID and the pandemic back in March. This year they're off to an 8-3 start. Here's the 2-2 pitch. Another good swing and another foul ball. First base side out of play. Bison, back in 2018, were 7-9 here at home. The following year, they went 6-19 in this ballpark. 2-2 the count. 4-1 the score. The pitch. Good swing again. Fouled it halfway up the netting. Two balls and two strikes with a runner at first and nobody out. Younce's pitch is a little low. 3 balls and 2 strikes. Last year, these two teams did not play. That was the portion of the schedule that was wiped away. Bison last game last year came on March the 7th, a 4-1 over Ouachita and Arkadelphia. Here's the 3-2 pitch. Line foul, right field side, net of play. Back in 2019, Oklahoma Baptist played Southern Nazarene 4 times. They went 1-1 in Bethany and then swept Southern Nazarene here in Shawnee. April the 9th of that season, winning 13-0 and 8-1. 3-2 the count. The pitch, off speed, called strike. Sent by Newitt. Now the snap throw by Sparkstead at first is not in time. So Younce has struck out at least one Crimson Storm batter in all 4 innings today. And here is Morgan Brandon. That's big for a lot of reasons because now you have Brandon, who's not had a lot of at-bats this year, coming in at just 100 a year. Step in the plate. Younce trying to keep it a 3-run advantage for Southern Nazarene. Here's the pitch. Grounded to third, back it up to second, and then threw it into right field. And they had played way over towards the line. A run is going to score. Rounding second, heading for third is Brandon. They'll put the stop sign up as she slides in without a throw. And it's 5-1. Well, Asia Henry just airmailed that one right into right field. And unfortunately, Motamog had chipped it around towards the foul line, so Mia had a long run to get to it as it went to the wall. So the first error of the ball game is a throwing error against Henry at third. Bison now have committed 4 errors the last 2 ball games after playing errorless baseball in the first 2 games of the Southwestern Series. So here's Brooklyn Sullivan. So much for the thought that I just got out of my mouth about a good part of the lineup coming up. Sullivan is 0 for 1, flied out to center field back in the second. In comes the pitch. And that's low. 1 ball, no strikes. A walk, a strikeout, and then a 3-base throw-in error has produced a run. And Southern Nazarene has their 4-run advantage back at 5-1. In comes the 1-0 pitch, showing bunt. Runner comes, it's down. Run will score. Younce to first with Kawamura covering. They get the sacrifice RBI bunt. It's now 6-1 Southern Nazarene. And Sullivan is out at first. Natalie Jones will be the batter as they turn the lineup over here in the 4th. 3rd consecutive inning with crooked numbers up there with the board for Southern Nazarene. And Younce's first pitch is hit hard and foul. And it's strike 1. Coming in, Southern Nazarene was known for being a good offensive club. Their pitching at times a little bit shaky. But today, it's been pretty good on both ends. With Sparkman allowing just 1 run on 3 hits. That after she had retired 8 of the 9. First time through the OBU order. SNU, 6 runs, 4 hits, an error. And Younce's pitch hit hard, fouled on the left field side. It's no balls and 2 strikes. You can see that the Crimson Storm have been very aggressive against Aspen. Nothing to 2 the count, and Natalie Jones. Base is empty, but 2 in for SNU. It's now 6-1. In comes Younce's pitch. Change speeds and a drop downstairs. 1 ball, 2 strikes. In comes the 1-2 pitch. Grab back to Younce. Gloves it and over to first in the inning. Unfortunately, 2 more score. Both were unearned. After 3.5, it's 6-1 SNU on the Bison Sports Network. Emily Richardson, the first baseman, steps in to lead off the bottom of the 4th. Now 6-1 Southern Nazarene. My, how quickly this game has turned again. Southern Nazarene led 4-0 after 2.5. OBU got a run with 2 outs and had the tying run of the plate with Asia Henry. Chance to drive home another run or 2, and she went down swinging. And after that, SNU, thanks to Henry's throwing error into right field, has retaken another big advantage at 6-1. So Emily Richardson, who was struck out swinging, leads off the bottom of the 4th. Sparkman delivers, and the pitch is swung and missed. Chased one inside, and it's strike number 1. Bison had 4 games that were lost in the first week of the regular season due to cold. February 12th and 13th. Since then, they've been able to play more consistently, and you think that's one of the reasons why the results have been what they have. Although, forecasts for rain and heavy at times this weekend with some severe weather here in Oklahoma. Hear what's being said between the home plate umpire. He's saying something over to the Southern Nazarene dugout. No balls and 1 strike is the count. Sparkman delivers upstairs, and the count evens 1 ball and 1 strike. Wind still strong out of the south-southwest. Bison just had not been able to make contact enough to drive it to the most susceptible part of the ballpark. 1 ball and 1 strike, and in comes Sparkman's pitch way upstairs. And it's 2-1.
There was an illegal
7
pitch, 3-1.
straight losing seasons for Southern Nazarene before a 16-8 record last year in a 24-game shortened season. They called an illegal pitch. The count is 3-1. Now Sparkman's pitch in there for a strike, and it's 3-2. So that's what the conference was between the Southern Nazarene dugout and the home plate umpire. So the count went from 1-1 to 2-1. It's now 3-2. The leadoff hitter, Emily Richardson, here in the fourth. Brooklyn Sparkman brings it home. And a ground ball hit off the net in front of the Bison dugout. A good swing. Time to straighten that one out for Emily. 8 of the first 9 Bison hitters went down. Second time through the order. 2 of the first 3 have reached, and Richardson now 3-2. Terry Weber comes out and hands an item to Brooklyn Sparkman, who now goes back to the circle. Lights are on here at Shawnee. They have been since the first pitch at 5 o'clock, but they're now completely taking a hold of the lights, or the lighting here at the stadium. Another swing at a foul ball. Richardson will see another 3-2 pitch. Emily Richardson 0 for 3 in the series finale against Southwestern here on Sunday. Bison to that ball game trailed 3-0 after 3. Got 4 in the fourth to take a lead. Southwestern tied it with a run of the 6th, 1 of the 8th, and then Asia Henry's late game heroics walked it off with 2 in the 8th. The pitch, little tapper back to the circle. Sparkman gloved it, running toward first, underhands. And the throw is in time, and Richardson is out number 1. So Richardson is 0 for her last 5 over 2 games. And here's Josie Sparks, who popped out harmlessly to the second baseman, Haley Fellers.
Now batting the catcher, number 70, Josie.
The first 6 went down in order over 2 innings for Oklahoma Baptist against Sparkman. OBU's first base runner came on a leadoff 3rd-inning double by Cheyenne Demery, who at this point in the afternoon has scored the only run for OBU tonight. Here's Sparkman's pitch, downstairs, 1 ball, no strikes. 6 runs, 4 hits, Southern Nazarene. 1 run on 3 hits and an error for Oklahoma Baptist, bottom of the 4th. So we're just past the halfway point of the first game of this Great American Conference doubleheader. Here's the 1-0 pitch. That one scoots to the plate. About halfway between the circle and home plate, and it's 2 balls, no strikes. Two and out. Sparkman deals to Sparks. Lined up the right field side and foul, and it's 2-1. Brooklyn Sparkman with a record of 3-4. 8th start, 10th appearance. Earned run average for today, 2.81. 42 hits on the season, 20 runs, 17 earned. That's now 18 earned on 21 total. Came in with a great strikeout to walk ratio with 42-13 and a batting average against of 266. Josie Sparks awake now, the 2-1 pitch. Good swing, but fouled it off the top of the backstop, and it's now even at 2-2. Brooklyn Sparks pitched a total of 10 1/3 innings, gave up 13 hits, 8 runs, 6 of which were earned. Against Southeastern, as Southern Nazarene won 2 of 3 for the Savage Storm over the weekend. 7 strikeouts for Sparkman, 4 in the finale, and 3 walks. In comes the 2-2 pitch. And she changed speeds, and Sparks just stayed back and fouls it back to the screen. Sparkman, who hails from Kingfisher, had a really good run back-to-back at the UCO Festival on February the 5th and later February 21st, in back-to-back appearances against Northeastern State. She struck out 8 and against Pittsburgh State 9. Low and in tight, and the count's full, 3 balls and 2 strikes. Sparkman has not been perfect today. She has thrown a lot of pitches, gone full in the count several times of the first two hitters here in the Bison fourth. Since that 9 strikeout performance against Pitt State, she's only struck out more than 4. One time that was 7 in a conference opening series win over Henderson State. Liner up middle, a good at bat for Sparks. Oh, one out single to start the fourth. Fourth hit for OBU in the ball game, and here comes Mia Mottlebalk. Josie had a really good bat as she was ahead of the count most of the way, and then on a 3-2 changeup, she just did stay back enough to get a piece of it and stay in the count. And then finished off the at-bat with maybe the hardest hit ball today by a Bison, a sharp single center field. So Mottlebalk, who's popped out to shortstop now, will come to the plate. Mia popped out to short. First time up. It's even at 4, 6-1 though, in favor of Southern Nazarene. The first pitch is low, 1 ball, no strikes. Four of the 6 runs today off Aspen Yates earned. The 2 in the top of this fourth inning were unearned after a throw in error by Asia Henry. The center fielder, Suttonberg, her son Bai, is standing just about 2 steps from in front of the fence. Swinging a side fastball, 1 ball, 1 strike. Played extremely deep. The right fielder, Natalie Jones, has been about 2 steps at times from in front of the fence and right. So again, the way the wind is blowing today from center around towards the right foul pole. One ball, 1 strike, 1 on, 1 out. OBU half 6-1. Takes the pitch down and in. Mia Mottlebalk out 2 balls and 1 strike. Brooklyn Sparkman this season also has walked at least 1 batter in all but 1 start. And that was against Henderson State on February the 22nd. She struck out 4 in 2 hits. Came in relief and did not walk a batter. Here's the 2-1 pitch. Upstairs, and it's 3-1. With Cheyenne Demery, who started this onslaught with a double. Back at Shawnee, top of the 5th inning, 6-1 Southern Nazarene. A 4-pitch walk to Ayat to start inning number 5 from Aspen Yates. Here is Mahina Sauer, who drove in 2 of the 4 runs to start the ball game with a home run to straightaway center field. Aspen Yates, has retired Sauer once, and then Sauer got the better of her in her last at bat. First pitch is a strike. That last double play turned by Southern Nazarene was a big one. It was only the 2nd twin killing the Crimson Storm have turned this year, and both have been just like that, involving the middle infielders, Sullivan and Fellers. Fastball high, 1 ball, 1 strike to Mahina Sauer. Curley and then Sparkman to follow. 6-1 Southern Nazarene. We are in the top of the 5th. Bison have stranded just 2 base runners through 4 innings. Southern Nazarene has left just 1 through 4. 1 ball, 2 strikes now to the first baseman, Sauer. Mahina Sauer with a lot of pop. Hit a home run of the season back, as we mentioned, back in the 3rd. Here's the pitch. Sparkman, who's 0 for 2 with a couple of strikeouts now, will face Kaylee Sessoms for the first time. Sessoms has yielded a batted average of .273 with that first out recorded. She surrendered 2 home runs, a triple, so she's been hit hard. She struck out 6 in 11-plus innings on the spring. As a staff, OBU yielded a .223 batted average against. .305 is what the Bison had hit for against the opposition of the circle. Brooklyn Sparkman 0 for 2, as we told you. A pair of strikeouts. Jumps on the first pitch and hits it foul. And the count's no balls and 1 strike. Final game of this brief 2-game series, midweek series, coming up about 30 minutes after the final pitch of this one. It'll end an 8-game homestand for OBU. One hopper back to the mound. Sessoms looks to third, now throws to first. Runners freeze, and now there's 2 outs. So Kaylee Sessoms has come in and done the job in relief of Aspen Younts. Younts gives up 6 runs, 4 earned. She gave up 5 hits. Younts walked 2 batters, and she struck out 4, 1 in each of the first 4 innings. Here's Sessom's first pitch. Fastball away, 1 ball, no strikes. Haley Fellers has been aboard twice, homered and drove in the first 2 runs of the game back in the second, walked and scored in the 4th. In comes the pitch. Downstairs, 2 balls and no strikes. So Sessoms faced a total of 31 batters. And 7 1/3 of the come-from-behind victory against Southwestern. Next pitch slapped off the netting and fouled. It's 2-1. When she left, she was on the line for the defeat. She then got a no decision, and Kaylee Jones, who instead faced just 2 batters in that ball game, turned in that very short appearance into her 5th pitching win of the circle. Here's the 2-1 pitch. Just misses, 3 balls and a strike. Earlier today, one of my favorites, Jake Gozo, dropped by the booth. Jake doing some workouts with the Bison baseball team next door. He is headed to spring training in about a week with the Cincinnati Reds. Here's the 3-1 pitch. Ground ball right at Richardson at first. A hop, and she takes a step to her left. And look at Kaylee Sessoms. 3 ground ball outs after Younts had allowed the first 2 to reach. 1 hit, no runs, 2 left for SNU in the 5th. It's still 6-1 Storm on the Bison Sports Network. Six to 1, Southern Nazarene, bottom of the 5th, the only inning that OBU has scored in. Started just like this one with Demery, then Anderson, and then Savage, and it was Cheyenne Demery that doubled into the gap at left center field. So with the 6-4-3 double play ground ball off Modelbog's bat back in the 4th. Sparkman has now retired 4 straight after a rocky 3rd inning when OBU had the tying run to the plate in the 4-1 ball game. It's now 6-1. Demery, left-handed hitting prospect from Pryor, takes high, 1 ball, no strikes. 5th-year senior is Cheyenne. We told you that she played in well over 140 career games here at Oklahoma Baptist. One ball, no strikes. Sparkman breaks in the pitch. That's low. It's 2-0. I'll say it again, as I said it in the 4th. Sparkman, you look up there on the board, she has been in control, but she has had to throw a lot of pitches and get a lot of hitters on 3-ball counts. Two balls, no strikes. In comes Sparkman's pitch, and that's hammered as she was just out in front of it, down the line and right and foul. You straighten that out, and they'll be looking for it for a couple of days. The wind appears as if it started to lag just a little bit. The flat not quite as starched as it was at 5 when we started. There is more than a breeze here under the lights tonight in Shawnee. Here's the 2-1 pitch. Off speed low, 3 balls and 1 strike to Cheyenne. Told you Demery now has hit safely in 3 of her last 4 at-bats after getting off to a really slow start and limited opportunities prior to the start against Southwestern. Here. Brooklyn Sparkman out of Kingfisher. Right-hander winds and delivers. Demery may have chased ball 4. Reed to the balls and 2 strikes. So Younts, for the first time in a while, leaves a game with a big deficit of the scoreboard. As OBU to this point in the contest just has not been able to get the key hit. A little bit reminiscent of what we saw against Washita here a couple of weeks ago. Here's the 3-2 pitch. And rips it foul to the line and right. The only difference in this game than the Washita game is OBU had a lot of base runners. The Bison did not have a base runner until Demery's leadoff double in the 3rd. And since that point, they've only had 3 other base runners. And only 2 of those, Demery being one that scored the only run of the ball game, is advanced past second. And comes the 3-2 pitch. Good swing and fouls it halfway up the inning. We've also seen a lot of at-bats just like that from Oklahoma Baptist hitters. Prolonged at-bats. Josie Sparks had a really good one in the last inning, in the 4th, before a sharp single to center field. 3 balls, 2 strikes. Brooklyn Sparkman against Cheyenne Demery in the pitch. Lifted out of play, left field side. So Demery now, it's just a matter of timing. Pitch from Sparkman. Bison wearing black and white over white tonight. Southern Nazarene in the primarily all gray uniforms, charcoal gray, crimson numerals, letter, and shoulders. High fly ball down the line and right, and that is well gone, but well foul. The Bison have surrendered 6 runs. That is the second most that they have given up in a game this year. 17 against Washita here a couple of weeks ago. And the finale of that 3-game set is a season high or low, depending on which side of it you look. It's an opponent high and a low time for OBU. There's the 3-2 pitch. Fly ball into left field. Playable, though, for the left fielder. She comes in, and Brandon sticks her glove out on the run and makes the catch. So Sparkman ends up winning that prolonged battle with Cheyenne Demery. And 1 up, 1 down for McKenna Anderson here in the 5th.
Now batting left fielder number 11,
McKenna Anderson went down on strikeouts. Sparkman struck out just 1 of the first 6 she set down, and then struck out the side of that bumpy 3rd inning. After the double to Demery, she struck out Anderson and Savage. Sandoval followed with an RBI double, an infield hit for Calamura. And then Henry struck out as the tying run in that 3rd inning. So McKenna, left-handed hitter, right-handed pitcher Sparkman. Corners brought in, middle infield at normal depth. And that pitch slapped at a play over the 3rd base dugout occupied by OBU. Anderson started the game hitting .471. She has 17 at-bats. Now 18 with that 2nd inning at-bat. On-base percentage of .471. So she's been able to get on base about half the time she's been at the plate this year. 0-1 pitch. In there for a strike, and it's no balls and 2 strikes. McKenna Anderson is the 5th-year player, 5'4" out of Forest Hill, California. Anderson has 2 multiple hit games, 3 for 3 against Newman, February 23rd, 2 for 3 middle game of the weekend set here with Southwestern. 0-2 pitch. Reaches, pops it up, and overrun by the third baseman, Curley. She overran it, but it wasn't much of an attempt by Caitlin Curry to get back and make that play as the ball hit off the wet end of her glove. So Anderson gets a reprieve. She's very fortunate to still be up there in the batter's box. Let's see what happens here on another 0-2 pitch. SNU leads at 6-1. We're in the fifth. The Storm have only hit the Bison today 5-4. 0-2 pitch. Slap but foul. And the third base side, and off the dugout and out of play. McKenna Anderson has gone without scoring a run in the last 2 ball games. I make note of that because prior to that, she'd scored in 4 of her first 6 appearances this year. Scored at least 1 run on Oklahoma Baptist offense. Sparkman winds and brings it home, and it's low to away. 1 ball, 2 strikes. McKenna Anderson last year made 16 starts, 17 appearances as a senior. Another one that benefited from the extra year of eligibility from the NCAA. Hit 292, 10 RBIs, had a career-high 5 of those February 29th against Henderson State in an OBU victory in a series in which they won 3 games. 1-2 pitch. Same spot, low and away, 2-2. McKenna Anderson, prior to Oklahoma Baptist, was an all-state selection, all Northern California. Was first-team all-conference, league MVP, played in 32 games, 30 starts. Back in 2019, it was in 2020 named to the athletic director's honors roll here at OBU. Here's the 2-2 pitch. Brushes are back, and it's 3-2. McKenna, out of high school at Forest Hill in Northern California. Played 2 years of JUCO ball at Sierra College. Here is the 3-2 pitch, and it's tapped fair in the line of third. Curley has it across the diamond in time. Anderson is out. So here is Savage. She struck out in her only at bat tonight. Nobody on, 2 out in the fifth. 6-1 Southern Nazarene. First pitch is in there for a strike, and it's 0-1. Here's the pitch. Savage shows bunt, and it's taken for a strike. No balls, 2 strikes. No balls, 2 strikes, and here's the pitch. Ground ball, glove by the third baseman. Curley across to first, and Sauer, the inning is over. OBU goes in order in the fifth, and to the sixth we go. It's getting late. Game 1, 6-1. Southern Nazarene of the Bison Sports Network. On to the sixth we go. It'll be Kaylee Sessoms to begin her first full inning of work. She did work 3 outs of the fifth, but in relief of Yount, so she'll start the sixth. And she'll get the lower third of the lineup for SNU. 6 runs, 5 hits for the Storm. 1 run, 4 hits, 1 error today for OBU. Here is Sessom's first pitch. Swatted out of play on the right field line for a strike. Send by is 1 for 2, an infield hit and a strikeout. Southern Nazarene to this ball game has had all but 3 players on at least one time. The leadoff Natalie Jones is 0 for 3. Brooklyn Sparkman, the number 5 hitter, is 0 for 3. And the number 8 hitter, Brooklyn Sullivan, is 0 for 1 with a sacrifice. No balls, 2 strikes now to send by. Nobody on, nobody out. Top of the 6th inning. In comes Sessom's pitch. High and away, 1 ball, 2 strikes. I had mentioned in the broadcast on Sunday that the way the game started for Kaylee Sessoms, not having much experience, I didn't know whether or not she would have much of a leash, but she had a long one and rewarded her coach with the confidence. Hard hit ground ball past Richardson at first into the right field corner. Monomog had her played that way, so she quickly gets the ball to the infield. It's an errant throw that gets away from the shortstop. Sandoval taking second is going to be Sunby. So a hit and error, and that's the second error of the ball game now for Southern Nazarene. And the throw is E9 on Monomog out and right. Wasn't much Emily Richardson can do. That ball was really scalded, hit hard just inside the first base bag. So here is Morgan Brannon, who reached on a 3-base throwing error her last time up back in the 4th. First pitch, big swing, no contact for a strike. Asia Henry handled a ground ball hit right at her at third. Off of Brannon's at bat, then tried to start a 5-4-3 double play, and she threw the relay throw out into right field, rolled all the way to the fence. In comes the pitch, in there for a strike, and it's not there. 1 ball and 1 strike. So Sunby at second, a single throwing error. First SNU hitter to reach tonight against Kaylee Sessoms, and this Brannon is her 5th batter she's faced. The 1 pitch. Misses away. Sparks tried to frame it. It's 2 balls and 1 strike. Told you these 2 teams have 5 common opponents. All were played in the Edmond, Oklahoma City area in the first month of the regular season. Hard hit ground ball, foul on the third base side. And it's 2 balls and 2 strikes. Those 5 are Northeastern State, Fort Hays State, Cameron, Newman, and Nebraska Kearney. OBU went 4-1. Their only loss 4-1 against that to Cameron against that fivesome. Southern Nazarene went 1-4. Their only win a 10-9 victory over Newman. 2 balls and 2 strikes and a bouncing ball left side. And Sandoval now's got the runner hung up and dives and makes the tag as she tried to get back into second. A base running mistake by Sunby. And OBU with a good heads-up play from Sandoval at shortstop. First, Cheyenne backed up the third baseman, Henry, who made a diving attempt. The ball got underneath her glove. And Sandoval was right there in the hole to back it up. She would not have had a play at first, but Sunby got herself overcommitted to third, and Sandoval sensed that and just ran right back at her towards the bag and made the diving tag. So 1 on at first, now 1 out for Brooklyn Sullivan, who takes 1. So a 6 unassisted fielder's choice for Morgan Brannon. 1 ball, no strikes. Sessom's pitch upstairs, and it's 2-0. Temperature at game time was 68 degrees. We have settled into a 65-degree temperature, and the wind has died down just slightly from what it was at first pitch. In comes the 2-0 pitch. Side corner, a strike. Wind was at 2 miles per hour at first pitch. It is now at 17 miles per hour, but still plenty of juice overhead for any fly ball to turn into trouble. In comes the 2-1 pitch. Low, and it's 3 balls and 1 strike. Now the 1-1 pitch. Got the inside corner. It's 1 ball, 2 strikes. I said Lennox was from Blanchard. That's her hometown. She prepped at Bridge Creek. Was Little All City honorable mention with the Bobcats in high school. It's a forensic psychology major here on Bison Hill. Sparkman gets the sign, now delivers. 1-2 pitch, lifted into center field, didn't get enough of it. Sunby comes in, makes the call of the catch, and OBU is gone in the 6th. 1 hit, 1 error, 1 left. On to the 7th, it's 8-1, Southern Nazarene, the Bison Sports Network. We move to the 7th inning here at Bison Softball Park at the OBU campus in Shawnee. Todd Miller with you on the Bison Sports Network. It's 8-1 Southern Nazarene, led lift for this 2-game midweek conference set. Mahina Sauer will lead off. She was at the plate actually with 2 strikes in the count when a yacht was thrown out trying to steal second. She had initially swiped the bag but then came off and was tagged out by the shortstop Cheyenne Sandoval. Here is Sessome's first pitch. It's slowed away. 1 ball, no strikes. Sauer with the 2-run blast. The center field singled her last time up, and that was enough to grasp and Younts tonight. 1 ball, no strikes. Upstairs, and it's 2-0. Sessome's against Sauer. Two balls, no strikes in the 7th. The pitch popped up and out of play, third base side. Southern Nazarene got off the terrible start, but since conference play, they may have played much better. They swept Henderson State. I think earlier I told you they beat Southeastern 2-1. They actually dropped 2-3 down at Durant to the Savage Storm last weekend. In comes the 3-1 pitch, or 2-1 pitch, and that's now 3-1. Southeastern won the wraparound games 4-3 and 5-8. SAU won the middle games 6-3 last weekend. In comes the 3-1 pitch, called a strike, and Sessome's back in the count 3-2. The 3 conference wins over Henderson State. 2 of those were run rule victories, 10-2 and 5 and 10-0 and 5. They won the middle game of the 3-game set. That was in Bethany, 8-3. Three balls, 2 strikes. That's some pitches upstairs. A leadoff walk to start the 7th. And now Brian Weber is going to insert a pinch runner. We have no idea who that is because she has a jacket on. So Caitlin Curley, the third baseman, will come to the plate. 19. Nightingale from Ardmore, Oklahoma, is running at first base. Curley has walked, struck out, and ground out, and takes in tight. 1 ball, no strikes. One on, nobody out. We're in the 7th inning. SNU looking for more insurance. I'm looking for more outs. Downstairs, and it's 2 balls, no strikes. Final game of this 2-game series between SNU and OBU coming up 30 minutes after this one. We'll have it for you on the Bison Sports Network as well. In comes the 2-0 pitch. That one is tapped fair to the line at third. And another bad throw by Asia Henry. Throws it into right field, and heading for third is Sauer, and taking second is Curley. Like Henry right now might be having the equivalent of the yips in golf. Every time she comes up and wants to throw into second, she's thinking about it, and both times has thrown it off the line and into right field. So a fielder's choice. And E5, that is the 3rd error of the ball game for Oklahoma Baptist. And here comes Kyle Webb out of the dugout. Really, since the 2nd inning of this one, not much has gone the Bison way. Each team went in order in the first. Southern Nazarene had the first base run of the ball game. Curley with a leadoff walk to start the second. 2 batters later came around to score. And if this score stands up, that's all SNU needed. It's 8-1. They've tagged on 2 more in the 3rd, 2 in the 4th, and 2 in the 6th. Here's Sessum's first pitch. Hard hit. Diving stop, but it gets away from Sandoval. 1 run will score. The hold Curley at second. And that will be a base hit RBI for Brooklyn Sparkman. So it is now 9-1 Southern Nazarene. And Feller's coming to the plate. I can tell you, this Southern Nazarene team today has looked like the team that was picked 3rd of the preseason conference coaches poll, just ahead of Harding and behind Arkansas Tech. Now, Brian Madden saying something to the home plate umpire.
What was the number?
First and second, a run in, nobody out here in the 7th inning. 9-1 the score. The pitch is upstairs, 1 ball, no strikes. Next pitch is outside, 2 balls and no strikes. Wiki Dakona is the runner at first base. Nine to 1, or top of the 7th inning. Here's the pitch. It's low, and Now Sessoms is having trouble finding the strike zone. Well, she's out throwing an island right now. They are not going to go get her, not in a 9-1 ball game here in the 7th. Kaylee Jones, the reigning conference pitcher of the week, will go in game 2 for OBU, and there's a walk. So Kirk third, Wiki Akona over to second, and Fellers down to first. And Sunby now is going to be the batter. Sunby has 2 hits out of the number 7 spot, sandwiched around a 4th inning called third strike. Fastball upstairs, 1 ball, no strikes. Sunby had a single in the 6th off of Sessoms. She'd been 1 of 2 against the starter tonight, Aspen Youts. In comes the 1-0 pitch. Hard hit ground ball, backhanded by Sandoval. Comes home for the. Sparks, who had her legs taken out from underneath her on the slide, able to hold on, and that's out number 1. The bases remain loaded. So fielder's choice, Sunby. 6-2, the runner cut down at home, and now Morgan Brandon will come to the plate. Morgan Brandon has reached twice and scored. Reached on a 3-base throw-in error by Asia Henry at third base back in the 4th, and then reached on the fielder's choice and scored on the 6th. Pitch is in tight, 1 ball, no strikes. So Southern Nazarene has now scored in 4 of 7 innings, the only innings that they have not scored. Actually, 5 of 7. They didn't score in the 1st, nor did they score in the 5th. Downstairs, and it's 2 balls and no strikes. SNU will break a 3-way tie for second in the conference standings with, among others, OBU with the victory in this ball game. And when this tap foul, it's 2-1. If they hold on, they'll move to within a game of 500 at 7-8 overall. Here's the 2-1 pitch. Ground ball left field. 1 run will score. Now they're going to hold up the runner coming from second, Fellers, and it's 10-1. So Brandon drives home a run. And Brooklyn Sullivan now will bat. The shortstop broke this game open in the 6th with a 2-run home run. It was already a pretty big mountain to climb at the time. It was 6-1 in favor of the Crimson Storm, but that really put it away, making it 8-1 and 2 more in here in the 7th. And the Storm not yet finished as they have the bases loaded and 1 out. Inside quarter strike, it's 0-1. Southern Nazarene in the UCO OC Festival played 3 of those games at home. So they played a lot more at home than they have on the road. Hard hit foul, third base side, no balls, 2 strikes. On the road this year, they're 0-2. At home, they are 6-4. Nothing to the count to Brooklyn Sullivan. Sessom could use a strikeout. And there it is, a 10-1 score strike. Up and in, they punch her out. So Sullivan is out number 2 here in the 7th. And here's Natalie Jones. Brian Madden is going to bring into the lineup now Raya Smith. Played at Edmond North High School. She's 5'4" and a freshman. So Raya Smith hitting for Natalie Jones here in the 7th with now 2 outs. Raya Smith is the 8th hitter for SNU to face Sessoms in the inning. The pitch gets to the backstop, and now the runners are going to hold up. Now they're going to throw into second, and the runner is back safe. The throw home, not in time. Now Sparks runs her back towards second and guns it in, and diving back in safely is Sunby. So out of all that, Southern Nazarene gets a run. It was like the middle infielders are playing catch with Sparks. Eleven to 1 Southern Nazarene here in the seventh inning. One ball, no strikes. In comes the pitch. When it's in tight, and it's 2 balls and no strikes. Kaylee Systems trying to get out of this seventh inning. Fly ball well hit left field. On the move, Anderson to the gap and near the wall. Savage, and she pulls it in with a glove up against the fence to end the side. Southern Nazarene sends 8 to the plate. They score 4 times. It's now 11 to 1 Crimson Storm. And last chance for OBU as we go to the bottom of the seventh on the Bison Sports Network. To the bottom of the seventh inning we go. OBU down 11 to 1. And Sparkman will be out there to try to put the bow on this package. OBU has given up 11 runs, 9 hits, and the Bison have 3 errors, all throwing errors of the ball game. Set 1 already the books at the Noble Complex. 11th ranked Oklahoma Baptist has beaten Northwestern 25 to 18 to take a 1-set to none lead in that Great American Conference doubleheader. Or should I say match, not doubleheader. Josie Sparks, a single to pop out, leads off. OBU looking to remain perfect and ranked 11th nationally in volleyball. When the new poll comes out tomorrow, more than likely they'll be in the top 10. So Josie Sparks, Mia Matamog, and then Cheyenne Dimry, at least the scheduled hitters, unless we see a parade of pinch hitters here in the seventh. Sparkman winds and delivers, and the fastball is upstairs. She laid off of it as they appeal to first. Says no, and it's 1 ball, no strikes. SNU about to snap a 3-game losing skid of this series head-to-head on the softball diamond. In comes the 1-0 pitch. Change speeds and misses low. It's 2 balls, no strikes. After this series, Southern Nazarene will stay on the road for 3 at Southwestern. Scheduled for Friday and Saturday. Now, whether or not they get that in remains to be seen. OBU goes on the road the first time in league play over the weekend at East Central. Big fastball cut on a miss for a strike, and it's 2-1. Nobody on, nobody out. Sparkman winds and delivers upstairs, and it's 3-1. Southwestern bounced back from a couple of disappointing losses here in Shawnee today to sweep Northwestern and Weatherford, 8-7 and 9-3. They'd lost 11 straight, dating back to a 5-game skid at the end of last year. They get their first 2 wins of the season today against their arch rivals. Here's the 3-1 pitch. In there for a strike, and it's 3-2. 3 balls, 2 strikes. Bottom of the 7th, leadoff hitter Josie Sparks. Sparkman delivers, and it's popped up. Shallow right, out goes Fellers, in comes Jones, and Natalie Jones makes the catch. And there's one gone here in the 7th. 30 minutes to get the bad taste of this one out of your mouth and get ready to hope for a split of tonight's doubleheader for OBU. That's what lies ahead. They have been out pitched, they've been out hit, and the defense has been much better, at least this first ball game for the Storm. So Monomog, who hit into a 6-4-3 double play her last time up in the 4th, gets ready for Sparkman's first pitch. Mia is 0 for 2 tonight. 11 runs, 9 hits for Southern Nazarene, 1 run on 5 hits for OBU. Bison with 3 errors, the Crimson Storm with 1. Nobody on, 1 out. Sparkman delivers. Swing and a miss. Monomog, and it's 0-1. Kyle Webb handling the head coaching duties tonight and at least for the weekend series with East Central. Sparkman winds and brings home the 0-1 pitch. Popped up down the line in right, and coming in and making a fair ball catch is Natalie Jones. And that is out number 2. So Jones just was in fair territory. She made that racing catch towards the foul line. And now it's up to Cheyenne Demery. Demery doubled and to this point has scored the only run of the night for Oklahoma Baptist. She flied out to left her last time up. So Demery, who hits a lot towards right and right center, has gone oppo in her 2 at bats to this one. Sparkman gets the sign and delivers. And that one skirts to the plate for a ball. 1 ball, no strikes. We'll take a break. We'll reset. The Bison will too, and we'll get ready for the second game of this twin bill. Wind has really picked up, kicking up some dust on the infield. And the flag is starched maybe as it has been at any point tonight. Sparkman gets the sign, now brings it home. Swing and a miss. 1 ball, 1 strike. OBU will fall to 4-3 in the conference. Southern Nazarene will rise to 5-2 in the league. SNU will be 7-8. Oklahoma Baptist will be 8-4. Two outs, nobody on, bottom of the 7th. Here's the 1-1 pitch. Fly ball. And that may do it. Foul territory, angling towards the line. The second baseman Feller. She dropped it. Demery heads for second. Throw into the bag in time. And Demery will be cut down, trying to stretch a single into a double. That's the way, fittingly enough, the game ends for OBU. They get a hit, but then get thrown out trying to move to second. Final score, Southern Nazarene 11, Oklahoma Baptist 1. Our postgame show is next on the Bison Sports Network. Welcome back into Bison Softball Park. Todd Miller and the crew with you on the Bison Sports Network tonight. 11-1 the final. OBU falls in 7 innings to Southern Nazarene, who again is now 5-2 in the conference. The Bison fall to 4-3. 11 runs, 10 hits, 2 errors for Southern Nazarene. We will tell you that Demery was not credited with a hit. The second baseman dropped the ball, and then it was a 4-6 force out. So no hit and error, the second of the ball game for Southern Nazarene. 1 run, 5 hits, 3 errors for Oklahoma Baptist. In the ball game, the Storm stranded 5, OBU left 3. The winner tonight will be Brooklyn Sparkman. She improves to her 4th win of the year. 7 innings, 5 hits, 1 earned run, 5 strikeouts, and no walks, and she faced 25, lowering her earned run average to 2.55. Aspen Younts will take the loss to drop to 3-2. 5 hits, 6 runs, 4 earned over 4 innings, 5 strikeouts, and 3 walks. Her earned run average now balloons to 3.32. Kaylee Sessoms, the final 3 innings, 5 hits, 5 earned runs, 1 strikeout, and 2 walks. Her earned run average goes down to 5.86. Time of the game, 2 hours and 44 minutes. OBU falls 11-1. We'll take a break. We'll be back with the first pitch of Game 2. Southern Nazarene and Oklahoma Baptist in about 30 minutes. Final, Southern Nazarene 11, Oklahoma Baptist 1 on the Bison Sports Network.
Hi again, everybody.
And good evening. Welcome back here live to Bison Softball Park at OBU. I'm Todd Miller. As we get ready for game number 2, we're actually 2 batters deep into the contest. Natalie Jones and Sky Ayat both have struck out, one on a swing, the other on a called third strike. So the base is empty for first baseman Mahina Sauer here in the first. And the first pitch from Kaylee Jones misses, 1 ball, no strikes. Jones making her 8th appearance, 6th start of the season, a record of 5-2, and an earned run average of 2. 2 balls now, no strikes to the first baseman Sauer, who had one of the 3 big flies in the first ball game, Southern Nazarene's 11-1 victory. Bison hoping for a split of this doubleheader. And the pitch. Fly ball, right field, gone. Sauer, a blast deep into the dark night sky, and she got a hold of that one with not much wind needed, and it's now 1-0 Southern Nazarene. So Sauer, who has not been hitting for power like she's capable of, now is homered in both ends of the doubleheader, and now that is 2 for her on the season. So here's Caitlin Curley, the third baseman for SNU. Kaylee Jones has now given up her 22nd hit of the season. She's now struck out 37 and walked 11. Earned run average came to this one an even 2, batted average against 202. Jones, the right hitter, winds and delivers and changes speeds and floats one in there for a strike. It's 0-1. Caitlin Curley walked and reached to the fielder's choice, was officially 0 for 3 in the first game against 2 Bison pitchers. In comes the pitch, slapped out of play first base side as a strike. 0-2 the count. Curley now hitting .417 in this her 15th start of the year. 20 hits, 48 at bats, 3 doubles, 3 home runs, and 16 driven in. No balls, 2 strikes, and the rise ball stays upstairs. It's 1 ball, 2 strikes. SNU in the first ball game, 11 runs on 10 hits. 3 of those were home runs. Sauer, Fellers, and Sullivan each with their first. Pitch is downstairs, and it's now 2 balls and 2 strikes. Aspignout started, went 4 innings, took the loss. She's 3-2, 5 hits, 6 runs, 4 earned, 5 strikeouts, and 3 walks. Kaylee Sessoms worked the final 3. Downstairs, so the count's full, 3 balls and 2 strikes. So Jones now has thrown 3 balls to 3 of the first 4 Southern Nazarene hitters she's faced. In comes Kaylee's pitch, and it's fouled out of play. Jones is the reigning Great American Conference Pitcher of the Week. Kaylee Jones bouncing back after a tough week against Ouachita, the conference opener a couple of weeks ago here in Shawnee. Earned the win in relief, faced just 2 batters against Southwestern in the 8th in relief of Kaylee Sessoms, and with the 2-run walk-off home run, it made a winner of her on the mound. Here's the 3-2 pitch, and she lost her, so second base runner for Southern Nazarene to the first, and here is Brooklyn Sparkman. Sparkman is the designated player. Brooklyn had an infield RBI single, was 1 for 4 against 2 OBU pitchers. She also was the winner on the mound, going 7, allowing 1 earned run, striking out 5, and allowing 5 hits. Pitches in the dirt, 1 ball, no strikes. Defensively, again for Oklahoma Baptist, it's Richardson at first, Kawamara at second, Sandball at short, Henry at third. Anderson in left, Savage in center, and Cheyenne Demery in right. 2 balls now and no strikes. So Monomaw getting this second game of the Twin Bill off. Here's the 2-0 pitch from Kaylee Jones. That hits the glove of Marsh, but then gets away from her, and the pass ball will move Curley into scoring position at second base. Kaylee Jones in search of her 6th win of the season. Good earned run average, and she did a good job of lowering that against Southwestern last week. Pitch, swing and a miss. Chase ball 3 as she went fishing up in the zone, and Sparkman now is 2-2. 1-0 Southern Nazarene. The 2-out solo home run by Mahina Sauer. Here's Jones's 2-strike pitch. Swing and a miss. Down she goes. Kaylee gives up the big fly, but strikes out the side after a half inning. 1-0 Southern Nazarene to the Bison Sports Network. Here's the batting order for Oklahoma Baptist. 1-0 Crimson Storm after a half inning. Leading off at shortstop, Cheyenne Sandoval. Batting second is Kylie Kalamura. Batting third, the designated player, Josie Sparks. Batting fourth at first base, Emily Richardson. Hitting fifth at third is Asia Henry. Batting sixth in right field is Cheyenne Demery. Batting seventh and catching, Caitlin Marsh. Batting eighth in left field, McKenna Anderson. And the center fielder, Shelby Savage, bats ninth in center field. So Cheyenne Sandoval will lead off the bottom of the first. 1-0 SNU. Sandoval had a double and a single, was 2 for 3 in the first ball game. Bison trying to get their 9th win of the season, their 5th in Great American Conference play. Here's the pitch, and it's in there for a strike from Vandiver, and it's 0-1. Chelsea Vandiver starting in the circle, and Sky Ayat is the catcher for Southern Nazarene. Victoria Rodriguez was the catcher of the first ball game, but never had it at bat. Here's Vandiver's pitch. Little tapper out of the reach of the pitcher. Out to Fellers at second, on to first in time for the out. So 4-3 on a nice play by the second baseman, Haley Fellers, as that ball was not hit all that sharply and just out of the reach of Vandiver. So 1 up, 1 down. The second baseman for the Bison, Kylie Kalamura, comes to the plate. Kalamura in the first ball game reached on a fielder's choice, had an infield hit. Was 1 for 3. Nobody on, 1 out, 1-0 Southern Nazarene. The pitch in there for a strike, and Chelsea's ahead. No balls and 1 strike. Bison, after the first ball game, have fallen below 300 in team batting average at 297 after being held to just 1 run on 5 hits by Brooklyn Sparkman. Here's the 0-1 pitch. Soft liner foul up the first base side, and it's no balls, 2 strikes. Both teams win in order in the first inning of game number 1. Southern Nazarene got the scoring start into the second inning, 2 runs, 2 hits. The big blow was Haley Fellers' 2-run home run with 1 out in the second. Here's the 0-2 pitch. Little liner up the right field side. Fair ball just inside the chalk line. Kalamura makes the wide turn, but the throw quickly comes in from Jones and is cut off at second, so a 1-out base runner, and that brings us to Josie Sparks. So a good piece of hitting by Kalamura. She just kind of served that pitch on the outer half of the plate into fair territory down the right field line. Josie Sparks was in the number 5 spot of the first ball game, hitting to the 3 spot in this one. Had a single, a pop out, and a fly out. Josie Sparks, second among active players or everyday players at 387. And the first pitch is in there for a strike. It's 0-1. So you can see that Vandiver does not throw real hard, relies on a lot of off-speed stuff, and it's going to be up to OBU to be disciplined to the plate here with this second ball game. In comes the 0-1 pitch. That gets to the backstop of the tying run. Kalamura on a wild pitch goes to second base. Chelsea Vandiver, 5'8" senior from Corsicana, Texas, played 2 years of junior college baseball at Navarro Junior College. Nothing to one the count. 1 on, 1 out in the first. The pitch, ground ball, hard hit at the shortstop, and Sullivan boots it. It goes into the outfield and left center. And now taking third is Calamur, and they're at the quarters for Emily Richardson. That ball was hit pretty hard, but a play that probably should have been made by Brooklyn Sullivan. And it will be scored an error, E6. And now you see Terry Weber, who's at her 16th season of Bethany, coming out to the circle. I told you in the first ball game that Weber relinquished some of the head coaching duties to Brian Madden when they were named co-head coaches last year. Terry's win of the first ball game was her 423rd at Southern Nazarene against 435 losses and 1 tie. Well, kind of an inauspicious start, if you will, for the Crimson Storm after playing terrific baseball in the opener, winning 11-1. They now have given up a single, a wild pitch, and an error. And the tying run stands at third base. The go-ahead run here with the first is aboard. Emily Richardson will be the batter. Emily is hitting .306, start and appearance number 13th of the year. She is homered and driven in 5. Richardson delivering 4 of those RBIs on her only home run of the season back in mid-February in a walk-off victory over Nebraska Kearney. Here's the wind and the pitch. This is in tight, 1 ball, no strikes. Emily Richardson, the first ball game today, went 0 for 2. She's now 1 for her last 8 after a 2-hit game to start the Southwestern Series. Vandiver, the right-hander, checks her pitch call sheet on her wrist, now delivers, and it's 2 balls and no strikes. Sauer at first, Fellers at second, Sullivan at short, Curley at third. Brandon, Sunby, and Jones from left to right over the outfield. The only change is behind the plate with Ayat. In comes the pitch. Ground ball to second could be what they need. Fellers to Sullivan for 1, throw to first for 2. And OBU threatens but comes up empty in the first. 1 hit, 1 error, 1 left. After 1-0 SNU on the Bison Sports Network. One nothing Southern Nazarene, bottom or top of the second. Haley Fellers to lead off, Sydney Sunby, and then Morgan Brandon if anybody reaches the number 9 hitter in the lineup. Don't forget you can support more than 500 student athletes at Oklahoma Baptist University on the field, in the classroom, and in the community by joining the Stampede Club. When you join the Stampede Club, you are supporting more than 550 student athletes as they work hard to become champions. Join the Stampede Club. Visit obubison.com/stampede. First pitch is away. 1 ball, no strikes to Fellers. Told you she had one of the 3 home runs for Southern Nazarene in the first ball game. That was her first home run of the year. Facing Kaylee Jones for the first time, and Jones delivers upstairs. It's 2 balls and no strikes. Jones gave up the 1 run on 1 hit. She walked a batter but struck out 3 in her first inning of work. Jones's 2-0 pitch. Big swing, no contact, and it's 2 balls and 1 strike. Kaylee Jones went 2/3 of an inning, struck out both batters in relief of Sessoms here on Sunday afternoon. Ball popped out of play, and the count evens at 2-2. Before that, she went 7 innings, earned the win, 4-hit shutout baseball with 7 strikeouts and 3 walks. So 9 strikeouts, a couple of wins on the week earned her Great American Conference Pitcher of the Week honors. Here's the 2-2 pitch. Called third strike under the fastball away. Jones has thrown some pitches out of the strike zone, but boy, she has been pretty sharp early, though, with 4 strikeouts. And here is Sydney Sunby. Sydney Sunby is the starting center fielder. She had an infield hit, one of 3 times aboard in the first ball game. A couple of hits, officially was 2 for 4. Jumps to the first pitch and pops it up behind home plate and out of play for a strike. Jones is 2/3 of an inning, her shortest stint. Her other relief appearance was not a relief appearance. It was actually a start against Washita. She lasted just 1 inning. 1 ball and 1 strike. In the Washita series, she gave up 7 runs, all earned on 12 hits, and just 4 innings of work. 2 balls now and a strike to Sydney Sunby. She has beaten Northeastern State, Nebraska Kearney, Fort Hays State, and Southwestern Oklahoma twice. The pitch, good swing, fouls it off, but the count's 2-2. Wind continuing to gust, almost due south now, blowing it out towards right center field in this symmetrical ballpark here in Shawnee. The 2-2 pitch, and that hitter. Hitter in the back, and Sunby now is aboard. And here is Morgan Brannon. Morgan Brannon had an RBI single as part of a 3-run 7th inning. She reached 3 times and scored 2 runs in the first ball game. So Jones, who struck out 4, has allowed 3 base runners in 2 innings. It's 1-0 SNU. The pitch is fouled off, and it's no balls and 1 strike. Kaylee is a sophomore from Claremore, 5'10", right-hander. Last year saw 10 games of action, 3 starts. Had an ERA of 10 with 13 strikeouts. 5 of those came against Northwestern in a win up at Alva on February the 21st. No balls and 1 strike. Runner goes. The pitch is high. The throw into second. In time! What a play by Sandoval! Marsh threw it towards the second base side, or the first base side of the bag, and Sandoval went racing by and somehow got the tag on Sunby. So 2-6 caught stealing. A terrific play by Cheyenne at shortstop. 1 ball and 1 strike now to Brannon. It's now 2 balls and 1 strike as that one misses high. Nobody on, 2 out after a hit by pitch. Swing and a miss, and it's 2 balls and 2 strikes. Northwestern OBU volleyball tied at a set apiece, and the Rangers had a 24-23 lead of the 3rd at last check. Here's the 2-2 pitch. In tight and high, 3 balls and 2 strikes. OBU has not lost this year. They have climbed to as high as 11th and more than likely will be in the top 10 when the new polls released tomorrow. Here's the 3-2 pitch. Swing and a miss. 5 strikeouts for Jones, who is dealing through 1.5. It's 1-0 Southern Nazarene of the Bison Sports Network. Shop OBUBison.com is your official online store for all things Oklahoma Baptist University athletics. Open 365 days a week, 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. Shop OBUBison.com is your home for Bison apparel, with all proceeds going to support Oklahoma Baptist. Asia Henry, Cheyenne Demery, and then Caitlin Marsh here in the second inning. 1-0 Southern Nazarene. 5 strikeouts already for Kaylee Jones in this one. She's allowed just one mistake, a solo home run with 2 outs to Mahina Sauer back in the first. So Asia Henry now is going to come to the plate. Henry had a tough first game, couple of throw-in errors, and was 0 of 2 offensively. 9 of the 11 Southern Nazarene runs against 2 starters were earned in the first ball game. And the first pitch is there for a strike. It's 0-1 to Henry. So Vandiver getting the start. Stake to an early 1-0 lead. Chelsea looks over the first base dugout. Now checks her wristband and delivers. The ball popped out of play on the first base side. It's no balls and 2 strikes. Vandiver has a record of 2-4. This is her 8th start, 9th appearance, or in-run average of 5.60. 25 innings pitched, 47 hits, 26 runs, 20 earned, and a high batting average against a 396. Another foul ball to stay alive at no balls and 2 strikes, Asia Henry. Vandiver gave up 3 earned runs, 3 hits with a walk, and did not record it out in her last performance against Southeastern. She made 2 appearances in that series. In the first start, went 5 2/3, 11 hits, 3 runs, 2 earned with 1 strikeout. Her season high in strikeouts is 4. That came against Henderson State in their conference opening series. 0-2 pitch is away, 1 ball, 2 strikes. Chelsea Vandiver from Corsicana, Texas. Most innings she's pitched, 10. That was March 6th of last year against Henderson State. And a called third strike on the inside corner. So Henry goes down with a bat on her shoulders, and that is Vandiver's first strikeout. And here is Cheyenne Demery. Vandiver, a 2017 graduate of Corsicana High School. Again, played 2 seasons for the Navarro Junior College Bulldogs. Made her debut last year with Southern Nazarene. Now is in her final season in Bethany. Nobody on, 1 out. And the first pitch to Demery is inside, 1 ball, no strikes. Cheyenne doubled to lead off the third of the first ball game and scored a run. She reached an error later, the only error for Southern Nazarene. Cheyenne getting the start out in right field here in this second ball game as Mama gets the night off. Here's the 1-0 pitch. Scoots to the plate, and it's 2 balls and no strikes. Northwestern now on the threshold of an upset in volleyball here at Shawnee. They have taken 2 of the first 3 sets. And the Rangers lead 2-1 heading to the 4th against nationally ranked and unbeaten Oklahoma Baptist. In comes the 2-0 pitch. Outside corner, and it's 2 balls and 1 strike. Most strikeouts for Chelsea Vandiver also came in that start at Henderson State last year, 11. Was on March 6th of 2020. Here's the 2-1 pitch. And a little tapper fair right side. The second baseman has it, and then Fellers with Vandiver covering late funnels the throw, but not in time. It'll be an infield hit for Cheyenne Demery. That ball was really not played very well defensively. Sauer went over towards the second baseman, Fellers, who then called her off. Well, that took Mahina Sauer out of the play, and then a late jump by Vandiver. And she handled the throw, but not in time. Second hit for the Bison of this ball game. Here is the catcher, Caitlin Marsh. Caitlin Marsh in the first ball game came in and had a pinch hit at bat, went 0 for 1. So again, the tie and run on with 1 out here in the second. And the first pitch misses away, 1 ball, no strikes. 1-0 the count. 1-0 Southern Nazarene to the second. Vandiver gets the sign, now brings it home. Hard hit ball right at the first baseman, Sauer. Goes to the bag, now throws to second, and it threw the shortstop Sullivan off. So safe at second base is Demery. And that's 3 unassisted on the put out of Marsh. So here is left fielder McKenna Anderson. McKenna struck out and grounded out third to first in the first ball game. OBU just has not been able, at least during this homestand, to put together the big innings. This is a good club and a good offensive club that's scuffling just a little bit. Only 5 hits and 1 run of the first ball game. Now time is called as Vandiver will back out of the mound, off the rubber. Vandiver back circle, delivers and misses low. 1 ball, no strikes. One ball, no strikes. Well, time is called. McKenna Anderson out of the batter's box. It looks like that maybe Ayat has something in her eye. She's got her catching gear off, at least the protective headgear, and dabbing at one of her eyes. Sure, there's dirt in several players' eyes the way the wind has been kicking up dust here tonight. Here's the 1-0 pitch. Little tapper, foul, and it's 1 ball and 1 strike. SNU will play Southwestern for 3 in Weatherford. Over the weekend, OBU will play East Central down in Ada. Bison looking for something here from McKenna Anderson. The pitch, swing and a miss, almost corkscrewed herself into the ground. It's 1 ball, 2 strikes. Vandiver working around another base runner, a 1-out single. Demery is now at second, carrying the tying run. The pitch way outside, and it's 2 balls and 2 strikes to McKenna Anderson. Anderson again was 0 for 2. Leading the team with a .421 batting average. Vandiver's pitch, little tapper foul behind home plate. We've seen a lot of prolonged battles tonight between SNU pitchers and Oklahoma Baptist hitters. Unfortunately, at the end of a lot of those battles, it has gone the way of the Crimson Storm. Two and two, and here's the pitch. Little tapper out to short, diving stop. Sullivan off to first, not in time. It gets free of Sauer. Coming home to score is Demery with the tying run. That ball was hit pretty sharply. Sullivan dove to her left, then had to rush the throw as she popped up on her feet. And then it got away from Sauer and carried about halfway between the bag and the circle. And with 2 outs, Kyle Webb never hesitated in waving Cheyenne Demery around. That'll be an error, so no RBI. E6 in both of the errors defensively for Southern Nazarene have come against Brooklyn Sullivan. Here's the first pitch. Outside to Shelby Savage, 1 ball, no strikes. Shelby was 0 for 2, a strikeout and a ground out against the Game 1 starter, Brooklyn Sparkman. Vandiver winds and delivers. Pitch high, taking off, taking for second is Anderson, and she is in there with a nice backdoor slide. Throw was pretty good. from Ayat, but the tag was not quite in time, and it was a good slide for McKenna. It got her into the bag. Bison still their first base of the night, their 15th of the season. And now Brian Madden is slowly walking out towards the circle. 2-out base hit by Shelby Savage would give perhaps the Bison their first lead of the night. One run, 3 hits for OBU. 1 run, 1 hit, 2 errors for Southern Nazarene. The run here in the second is unearned off of Chelsea Vandiver. McKenna Anderson, who reached on the throw-in error, now at second after the stolen base. McKenna is now 4 of 4 at stolen bases this season. And the pitch to Savage, batted up the line at third. Curley charges, throws to first, and got her. And the inning is over. 1 run, 1 hit, 1 error, 1 left. To the top of the third we go. 1-1 our score on the Bison Sports Network. One game, top of the third. Todd Miller back with you at the Bison Softball Park. Brooklyn Sullivan and Natalie Jones and Sky Ayat to bat against Kaylee Jones, who's been really good. Kaylee has allowed that 1 run on 1 hit, and she has struck out 5 of the 6 outs she's put in the books tonight. So a 1-1 tie through 2. Final game of this 8-game conference homestand for OBU. Here's Jones' first contact from Sullivan for a strike. Brooklyn Sullivan really put the game away with that 2-run home run of the 6th inning of Game 1. No balls, 1 strike to the shortstop, Brooklyn Sullivan. Next pitch in there for a strike, and it's 0-2. Southern Nazarene with crooked numbers in 5 of the 7 innings of the first ball game. 2 runs in the 2nd, 3rd, and 4th. 2 in the 6th and 3 in the 7th. That's a different game, at least thus far. The outset, a 1-1 tie. Swing and a miss, and down goes Sullivan. Just 1 high and away, and that is strikeout number 6 for Jones. In case you're wondering what Kaylee Jones' season and or career high for strikeouts is, that is 8 against Northeastern State in 7 innings back on February 21st. She already has 6 in 2 1/3 here tonight against Southern Nazarene. And the first pitch is downstairs, 1 ball, no strikes. Next pitch, sky deep, but curling foul to the left field line. Giving chase is Anderson, and she makes the catch just before she runs out of room. Good job, McKenna Anderson. And Jones is out, number 2 with a foul out. You have to hustle at a ball like that. It looked like on normal days it would be out of play, but that wind out of the south is going to hold things up and push it back in towards the field of play. And it held it just up enough for Anderson to make the play. Ayat takes low, 1 ball, no strikes. Last year, Kaylee Jones had a 10.04 earned run average. In 10 appearances, 7 relief. The pitch fouled back and off the pole. It's 1 ball and 1 strike. Kaylee Jones, obviously did not pitch against Southern Nazarene last year because the 4-game series was canceled. She never pitched more than 4 innings, and that came against Regis University on January 31st of 2020. 1 hit, 3 strikeouts, and 3 walks. Here's Jones' pitch. Change speeds, and it's downstairs. 2 balls and a strike. Jones last year had a 5-strikeout game in game 1 of the series with Northwestern on the road. Went 3 innings, struck out 5, and permitted 2 hits. Here's the pitch, and that hitter. So Ayad is aboard. Second hit batsman now by the pitching staff today for OBU, and both have come against Kaylee Jones. Jones' final performance of last year was on February the 29th of 2020. 2/3 of an inning against Henderson State, a walk, an earned run, and 1 hit. So Jones' career high in strikeouts before this year was 5. She already has struck out 6 in this one. And the go-ahead run is aboard with 2 out here in the 3rd for Mahina Sauer. Have to be careful with her. She swings away and rips it off the backstop for a strike. Kaylee Jones already this year has had 4 games with 6 or more strikeouts, this being the 5th now. Season high 8 against Northeastern State. She struck out 7 against Fort Hays and Southwestern last weekend. 1 ball, 1 strike to Mahina Sauer, who's homered in both games of the Twin Bill today. Jones' pitch. Outside quarter, called strike, and it's 1-2. Jones gave up just 4 hits in 7 2/3 innings, covering 2 stints this past weekend. Another foul ball, and that will get out of play on the left field side. Fewest runs that Kaylee has given up has been, she's actually recorded 4 shutouts. And the pitch is low, and it's 2 balls and 2 strikes. I say shutouts. She shut out Southwestern in relief in 2/3 on Sunday. And then came in against Nebraska Kearney, put a goose egg on the board, and did so against Fort Hays. Ground ball up the middle, glove by Calamura, who goes to the bag for the force, and the inning is over. No hits, 1 left after 2.5, a 1-1 tie between SNU and OBU on the Bison Sports Network. One tie, bottom of the 3rd here at Bison Softball Park. It'll be the top 3rd due up for Oklahoma Baptist with Cheyenne Sandoval stepping in. Vandiver has given up 1 unearned run. She's had 2 throw-in errors behind her from shortstop Brooklyn Sullen, but only one of those led to a run. And she has struck out 1. Cheyenne Sandoval, who rolled out second to first, leads off the bottom of the 3rd and is hit by the pitch. So the leadoff hitter reaches. And that is only the second time in the twin bill today that has happened. The other time produced a run with Demery's leadoff double back in the third of game number 1. So Kawamura will come to the plate. Kylie Kawamura hitting .410, and they try to bunt. Now the runner goes, and the throw into second is not in time, but it's not going to matter because it was bunted foul, and it's a strike. Kylie hitting .410, 16 home runs, leads the club, 16 hits leads the club. Her 8 RBIs is second most behind the 10 from Cheyenne Sandoval, the runner at first. They are headed to a decisive fifth set at the Noble Complex, Northwestern at OBU. A little slow roller foul up the third base side, and it's no balls and 2 strikes. Sandoval was just hit by pitch for a second time, and as a team, that is the 11th for the Bison this spring. Chelsea Vandiver gets the sign, now delivers, pitches downstairs, and Sandoval almost got herself overcommitted as they throw behind her to first, and she stands back in. One ball, 2 strikes. The pitch, swing and a miss. Down goes Kawamura, who's now 1 for 2. And up comes Josie Sparks. Josie Sparks has now hit safely in 4 straight games after going 1 for 3 here in today's first game. During that time, she's got 5 hits in her last 11 at-bats. She has only gone hitless 4 times this season. Hits that one foul off the netting, first base side, and it's a strike. Though for the most part, Josie Sparks from nearby Maud at junior has been pretty consistent. Josie was a 4-time all-conference selection, the Shawnee Area Female Athlete of the Year back in 2018. In comes the 0-1 pitch. It's upstairs, and it's 1 ball and 1 strike. One ball, 1 strike, 1 on and 1 out in the third. Count now 2 balls and 1 strike. Here's Vandiver's pitch, hit hard but foul off the front of the dugout third base side. It's 2-2. Final game of the season series, April the 6th in Bethany. Two balls and 2 strikes. Change speeds, and Sparks was way out in front, and down she goes. So that is 3 strikeouts for Vandiver here in the last 2 innings, and Emily Richardson will come to the plate. Emily Richardson rolled into an inning-ending 4-6-3 double play her first time up. First pitch from Vandiver. Fastball strike away. It's no balls and 1 strike. Richardson is still looking for her first hit against SNU pitching. Went 0 for 3 against the Game 1 starter Sparkman. It is 0 for 1 here against Vandiver. Nothing in 1 the count to Emily Richardson, and the pitch. Change of speeds. 1 ball, 1 strike. 1-1 the count. 1 on now, 2 out. Sandoval remains at first after leading the inning off by being hit by a pitch. Now the pitch grounded to short. Sullivan has it. Long throw to first in time. And OBU wastes the leadoff base runner. No hits, 1 left after 3. It's a 1-1 tie on the Bison Sports Network. Caitlin Curry will lead off the 4th for Southern Nazarene. Good performance thus far by Jones. She's made just 1 mistake, and the game is tied at 1. Jones, with the caught stealing of Sunby back in the 2nd, is now retired 7 of the last 8. 1 ball, no strikes to the third baseman, Caitlin Curley. Here is Kaylee Jones's pitch inside. Now it's 2 balls and no strikes. Kaylee Jones against Caitlin Curry. Called strike inside quarter. It's 2-1. In comes the 2-1 pitch. In tight, 3 balls and 1 strike. So Jones, who has been behind 3-1 a couple of times in the count, came back to finish off the Crimson Storm hitters. Needs to dig down deep here. Little number found near home plate. Now it's 3 balls and 2 strikes. Bison with a stolen base. Now have 16 of the year. The 3-2 pitch is high, and it's a leadoff walk. Opponents have stolen successfully 33 of 41 this year against OBU, and Marsh is going to jog out to the circle and visit with Kaylee Jones. So the designated player, Brooklyn Sparkman, will be the batter. Sparkman struck out swinging to close the SNU first. So SNU in conference play already has put 10 or more up 3 different times. Sparkman shows bunt. Runner started to break. No contact, and now she has to scurry back to Curley at first. 1 ball, no strikes. Obviously, with Richardson coming in anticipation of a bunt, that means that Kawamura, the second baseman, had to cover. Big swing, no contact. 1 ball, 1 strike. Jones has walked 2, hit 1 batsman to go along with 6 strikeouts through 3 official innings of work. Now the 1-1 offering, the show bunt again. It's popped up, and a diving attempt by Marsh, and she couldn't make it. And it's 1 ball, 2 strikes. Good effort, though, by Caitlin Marsh. Well, now let's see what Southern Nazarene will do with 2 strikes on Sparkman. One on, nobody out. Top of the fourth. Here's the two-strike pitch. Swing and a miss. Got her up in the zone, and Sparkman now has struck out twice. So Sparkman, with kind of a wasted at bat, did not get the job done that was asked of her, trying to get a sacrifice bunt down. And Haley Fellers now will come to the plate. First pitch is in there for a strike. It's 0-1. Fellers is a junior from Saginaw, Texas. Here's Jones' pitch. Got her to pop it up on the infield. Now coming in from center and very shallow center is Savage, and she makes the catch, and that's out number 2. So good communication between the middle infielders, Kawamura and Sandoval, as they both went out, and Wynn pushed it out just a little bit into shallow, very shallow center field, and Savage made the play. So Sunby, who's been hit by a pitch and was erased 2-6, trying to steal second, the last hope for the Storm here in the fourth. In comes the pitch. Swing and a miss. And it snowballs and 1 strike. In comes the 0-1 pitch. A little high, and it's 1 ball, 1 strike. Go ahead, run at second. Now with 2 outs and the pitch. In there for a strike, and it's 1-2. So Kaylee Jones is 1 pitch perhaps away from forcing SNU to lead the go-ahead run in scoring position here in the fourth. Here's Jones, 1-2 offering. Swing and a miss. Got her away. Good job by Kaylee Jones. And the threat comes up empty. No hits, 1 left. Midway through the second game from Shawnee, it's a 1-1 tie. And this is Bison Softball on the OBU Bison Sports Network. Bottom of the fourth inning, a 1-1 ball game. Welcome back, Todd Miller with you. OBU at Southern Nazarene doing battle. Leading off is Asia Henry. This is somebody the Bison would like to get going. Henry has not hit well today. Still looking for her first hit in the series. Was called out on a 3rd strike to open the second. Vandiver's first pitch is upstairs. 1 ball, no strikes. About halfway through the 5th and final decisive set, 8-6 OBU leading Northwestern. Sets even at 2. One ball, no strikes. And the pitch is in there for a strike. It's 1 ball, 1 strike. Demery and then Caitlin Marsh if anybody reaches McKenna Anderson. Only 4 hits in the ball game. 3 of those belong to the Bison. There's a ground ball, hard hit, and gloved by Sullivan. It's short across the Sauer at first, and there's 1 out. So Henry hit it pretty hard, hit it right on the ground, and unfortunately hit it right to Brooklyn Sullivan. Last base hit Oklahoma Baptist had was an infield single from Cheyenne Dimry with one out in the second, and Dimry now steps to the plate. Chelsea Vandiver against the left-hander Dimry. First pitch is tap foul, and it's a strike. Dimry had a pretty good at-bat back in the fifth inning. Fought off a bunch of pitches from Sparkman before finally losing that battle. She did have a double to the gap in left center field. Also flew out to left in the first ball game. 0-1 pitch outside. It's actually called a strike, so it's no balls, 2 strikes. Now the 0-2 pitch, swing and a miss. She dispatches over in 3 pitches. And that now is 4 strikeouts over the last 3 innings for Vandiver. Actually, my apologies, she foul tipped it and stays in there because the catcher could not hold on. Boy, I didn't even hear the ping of the bat. Again, the 0-2 pitch outside, and it's 1 ball, 2 strikes. Nobody on, 1 out. We are in the 4th inning of the second game. Now the 0-2 pitch, another ground ball to short. Sullivan handles it, throws high, but Sauer able to haul it in. There's now 2 gone here in the 4th. So a pair of ground outs to short. Now OBU's out to their final out here in the 4th with Caitlin Marsh. Caitlin Marsh hit one pretty hard, but back in the second rolled it right to the first baseman Sauer, who forced her 3 unassisted. Caitlin Marsh 0 for 2 in the 2-ball game, starting here in the second as the catcher. One hops that one back to the mound. Vandiver has it, throws to first on the run. The inning is over. 1, 2, 3 and out in the 4th. Go the Bison. We head to the 5th. Southern Nazarene 1, Oklahoma Baptist 1 on the Bison Sports Network. Haley Jones locked into a deadlock of 1-1 with Chelsea Vandiver as we go to the 5th. OBU 2 points away from winning the 5th and decisive set. 13-11 is the score over Vista Northwestern of the Noble Complex. Morgan Brannon struck out swinging back in the 2nd inning. Kaylee Jones struck out 5 of the first 6 outs. Since then, she struck out only 1 of the next 5 and then finished with 2 strikeouts to close the 4th. A show bunt, and Brandon pulls it back for a ball. 1 ball, no strikes. Southern Nazarene with the early run of the ball game, a 2-out solo home run to the first from Mahina Sauer. OBU getting their only run in the bottom of the second. Goose eggs on the board from that point. 1-0 pitch. Popped up. Wind will push it out into shallow center. In comes Savage, and she makes the catch. And there's one gone here in the sixth. So Brooklyn Sullivan will come to the plate. She struck out swinging back of the third. SNU, the last full season that they had a winning record, came back in their pre-move to Division II. Good swing and a foul ball back to the screen for a strike. We told you this in the first broadcast. 2012, they went 42-18. Last year, after 24 games, they were 16-8. Had some postseason success, though, as recently as 2 years ago. They were one win away from the tournament championship. Liner into right. They had her played perfectly, and in comes Demery to make the catch. They've been playing pretty deep out there in right, but Demery wasn't all that deep, and the wind pushed it to her. So 2 up, 2 down, and now Kaylee Jones will face Natalie Jones. 5 straight set down now by Kaylee. And the first pitch is upstairs, 1 ball, no strikes. We told you that the catchers in game 1 for OBU, that was Josie Sparks. Here in the second game, it is Caitlin Marsh having to call the pitches. Pop fly into right field, that is trouble, and it's down off of the fence. Savage overruns it, but fortunately it's just a double for Natalie Jones. I'll be honest, I don't know how that ball stayed in. She got enough underneath it, and the wind was pushing it. It hit about a foot or two below the yellow striping out there in right center field. So it could be a harmless double if Kaylee Jones can get a yacht right here. Sky is 0 for 1, was called down to the third strike, and then was hit by a pitch. And was hit by that pitch as well. So now 2 on with 2 out. And here comes the very dangerous Mahina Sauer. Sauer has already done enough damage today. 2 home runs and 3 driven into the 2 games. Now you see Kyle Webb, who is the acting head coach with Sam Maples out. He's gone into the circle, visited with the infield and the battery. Caitlin Marsh, the catcher, and Kaylee Jones, the pitcher, along with the infielders Richardson, Kawamura, Sandoval, and Henry. Bison go to East Central this weekend, weather permitting. There's some talk about that series maybe being moved up. After the short 3-game jaunt down to East Central, OBU next Tuesday will host a split doubleheader with Fort Hays State and Cameron, 2 teams they've already faced, losing 4-1 to Cameron and beating Fort Hays State 4-0. Here's the pitch, and that's a strike, 0-1 to Mahina. Mahina Sauer has driven into this point the only Crimson Storm run of the ballgame. Solo home run back in the first. Jones pitch. Lined into center field. That should score a run. Savage is up with it. Airmails it now. And the play backed up by Kaylee Jones. Runner takes third of the throw in. Not in time, and it's 2-1 Southern Nazarene. So Sauer has driven in both of the runs for Southern Nazarene. And that will be a throwing error on Shelby Savage as the runners move up. And the cleanup hitter Curley now comes to the plate. It's a shame because Kaylee Jones has pitched really, really well. Here's the pitch in there for a strike, and it's 0-1. The way the Bison offense is scuffled tonight, it is almost paramount here in the 5th inning that Kaylee Jones does not give up another run. 0-1 pitch. Ground ball to short. It is gloved by Sandoval to first, and the inning is over. Unfortunately, it came 1 hitter too late. 2 hits produce a run, 1 error and 2 left. After 4.5 in Shawnee, it's 2-1 Southern Nazarene of the Bison Sports Network. Anderson, Savage, and Sandoval here in the bottom of the fifth inning. 2-1 Southern Nazarene. Mahina Sauer with a solo RBI home run of the first and a 2-out RBI single in the fifth, and that is the difference. So Chelsea Vandiver will go to the mound again, stake to a 1-0 lead. She held it for a little more than an inning before Oklahoma Baptist got the equalizer with a run to the first, and now it's a 2-1 ball game. Still a long ways to go, but need good at-bats, need base runners, and need a timely hit. Bison have stranded single base runners in the first, second, and third innings tonight. They have left 4. Southern Nazarene has stranded 4 as well, including 2 in the top of this fifth inning. Here's McKenna Anderson, reached on a throw-in error and then stole a base, was one of those aforementioned base runners stranded back in the second. Anderson, a left-hander, Vandiver's pitch. She tried to bunt and pulled back. It's 1 ball, no strikes. Bison will host Fort Hays and Cameron a week from today. They'll go to Harding for 3 a week from this Friday. And then get Arkansas Tech in the next home conference series, March 26th and 27th. There's a strike, and it's 1 ball and 1 strike. Arkansas Tech, preseason picked second in the league behind Southern Arkansas. Tech is good tradition, and they have played well from the outset of the 2021 season. 1-1 pitch. Didn't mean to and went around, and it's 1 ball, 2 strikes. Vandiver made McKenna Anderson look really bad on that pitch. One ball, 2 strikes. Nobody on, nobody out, bottom of the fifth. Vandiver's wind and pitch goes away, and Anderson held off. It's even 2-2. Remaining home conference series, Arkansas Tech. Northwestern, April 9th and 10th. Southern Arkansas a week later, the 16th and 17th. That's it. There's a bunt back to the circle. Vandiver has it, throws low, but dug out by Sauer. And there's 1 out here in the fifth. So here is Shelby Savage, who is 0 for 1 and grounded third to first. Looking to the scorecard, with the exception of Kalamura's first inning single, OBU does not have another ball out of the infield against Vandiver. In comes the pitch, and it's pulled foul up the right field side for a strike. Vandiver, you look at her, you wonder how she survives. Her batting average has been pretty high. We told you that. But she has really kept the Bison at bay in this one. No balls, 1 strike. Vandiver's pitch, slow it away. It's 1 ball and 1 strike. SNU preseason picked third of the conference coaches poll. The Bison 3 spots behind them at 6th. Here's the pitch. In there for a strike, couldn't pull the trigger, and Savage in a 1-2 hole. This league looks like it's going to be a tight one from start to finish. A lot of teams can beat other teams. Bison certainly factoring into that mix. Here's the 1-2 pitch. High fly ball, right field, didn't get enough of it. Drifting back is Natalie Jones, and she puts it away. Savage did not get enough of it to tie the game, and now 2 out for Cheyenne Sandoval. The wind is really gusted upwards towards 25 miles per hour. And it almost looks like it's swirling a little bit from the south-southwest to the south and the south-southeast. That flag once in a while will be pointed straight out towards center field. In comes the pitch, and it is downstairs. 1 ball, no strikes. OBU has finished off Northwestern 15-12 in the decisive 5th set to win that volleyball matchup 3-2. So the 11th ranked Bison remain perfect on the season and overcome a 2-1 deficit. Little tapper up the first baseline. It is fair and safe at first base as Cheyenne Sandoval. Infield hit for Cheyenne Sandoval. And now Kylie Calamuro will come to the plate. Kylie has the most well-struck ball of any of the 4 hits today in this ball game for OBU, a single back of the first. It ends a run of 8 straight retired by Vandiver with that scratch hit here with the 5th. First pitch is high and away, 1 ball, no strikes. Three runs and 6 hits combined between the two. We are in the bottom of the 5th, getting late. 1 on, 2 out for Oklahoma Baptist. Here's the pitch. That is hit foul on the third base side. It's 1 ball and 1 strike. You get the feeling that OBU has that big hit in them. Who will be the hero? One ball, 1 strike. Calamura with 1 on and 2 out in the 2-1 ball game here in the 5th. Outfield straight up and deep in center with Suttonby and Jones and right. That ball's popped up. It'll get on a play just off to our left and land on top of the press box. So it's 1-2. With that wind, it is a chilly evening. 63 degrees and the wind chill is 58. One ball, 2 strikes, 1 on, 2 out in the 5th. In comes the pitch. Scoots her off the plate and it hit her. So Calamura is hit by a pitch. And now the tying run moves into scoring position at second for Josie Sparks. Josie has rolled into a 4-6-3 double play and also struck out swinging. Josie wearing number 70 on the back of her black jersey and white. Fair skies, windy conditions, wind south at 25. OBU looking for a shot of confidence offensively. Can Sparks provide it? Here's the first pitch. Floats in there upstairs. It's 1 ball, no strikes. And now Terry Weber is going to make the slow stroll out to the mound and visit with her pitcher of the circle, Chelsea Vandiver. Bison have not really done much offensively, just 4 hits, all singles. Only 1 run. They have 9 hits total in the doubleheader today and 2 runs. This from a Southern Nazarene pitching staff that came in, forged at a 3.49 earned run average in all games. And in conference play, they were pitching to a 2.80 earned run average. So they have been better in their league games than they were outside the Great American Conference. Tying run at second, go ahead run at first. Good speed with Sandoval at second, Kamura at first. Sparks chases and foul tips it, and it's a strike. 1 ball, 1 strike, and it looked like that Kyle Webb was about to send the runners. One ball, 1 strike to Josie Sparks, the DP. Fly ball out into right center field. Did she get enough of it? I don't think she did. Going to the fence is Sunby. Can't make the catch. OBU is going to take the lead. One run scores, a second scores. Digging for third and sliding ahead first safely is Josie Sparks. And it's a 3-2 OBU lead. And Sunby appears to be shaken up out there, right in front of the base of the fence in center field. Now both coaches, Weber and Madner, racing out to the outfield. So a 2-run triple for Josie Sparks. And it's now a 3-2 OBU game, their first lead of the contest. In fact, their first lead of the evening. The wind kept pushing that. Sydney Sunby picked it up, and then I think she didn't know whether she was going to have enough real estate when she got to the fence, and the ball was just over her and up against the base of the fence. Obviously was with good speed at first. Kaya Murrah was able to come around and score the go-ahead run, and Josie Sparks never hesitated digging for third. So a good sign, it would appear, that Sunby is going to be able to stay out there in center field. Now here's Emily Richardson, as Sunby will get a round of applause from the spectators down below. Emily Richardson is hitless in the doubleheader. She's 0 for 5. Not a better time to get something done here and get a little insurance heading to the 6th, 3-2 Oklahoma Baptist. Richardson grounded into the double play and then grounded out short to first. I think I said Sparks had grounded into a double play. It was Richardson that did it. 4-6-3 back in the first. Here's the pitch from Vandiver. Little blooper out into right. Coming in as Jones on the run makes the catch. On a normal day, that may drop. She didn't get much of it, but the wind pushed it out, and Natalie on the run makes the play. Bison, though, take the lead. They do it with 2 hits. The big one, a 2-run triple by Sparks. We go to the 6th. It's 3-2 Oklahoma Baptist on the Bison Sports Network. Brooklyn Sparkman will lead off the top of the 6th. OBU with a 3-2 lead. Kaylee Jones has pitched well, has kept the team in it, in the circle. She has struck out Sparkman twice. First pitch is lined to right center field. That is trouble, and that is gone. And just like that, Brooklyn Sparkman has tied the game at 3, and that was when aided. That ball just got over the top of the fence and dove just underneath the scoreboard. So the big fly continues to victimize OBU in this ballgame. 2 of the 3 runs have scored on solo home runs. Sowers in the first and Sparkman here in the 6th. And they had 3 home runs to Southern Nazarene in the first ballgame. This from a team that coming in had hit 6 home runs, all in conference play. The good news is nobody was aboard, so it's a tie game at 3. And Haley Fellers, who's 0 for 2, steps in, and the first pitch is low, 1 ball, no strikes. Had to kind of slow down the call because I wasn't certain it was high enough to get it over the fence, and it did get over by much. 1-0 pitch. Outside quarter strike, 1-1 strike. In fact, right after it was pushed over the fence, again it started to drop and missed the scoreboard in right center. 2 balls and 1 strike. A 3-3 ball game here in the 6th inning. Third hit for Southern Nazarene. Make that the 4th, and 3 of them have been for extra bases. Fly ball right center field. Savage can't get there, but cuts it off before it goes to the fence. Runner's going to try for 2. The throw is cut off in shallow right center, and it's a double now for Fellers. And Fellers was going to second regardless of what happened. So Sydney Sunby now will come to the plate. She's 0 for 2, has been hit by a pitch, and Webb headed out to the circle. As the go-ahead run is in scoring position with nobody out here in the 6th inning. This Southern Nazarene team is started to catch fire in the conference. They've won 5 of their last 7. After starting the year with just 2 victories, and some of those were home games and UCO OCU invitationals. 5 common opponents between these two. OBU 4-1, Southern Nazarene 1-4, but the Storm have looked much different than they did earlier this season. They've got the timely hits. Raya Smith now is going to be the pinch hitter for Sunby. And the first pitch is downstairs, 1 ball, no strikes. That probably has as much to do with the injury that Sunby may have suffered when she went up against the fence in the top half of this, or the bottom half of the 5th inning. 1 ball, no strikes. Fastball high, 2 balls, no strikes. Raya Smith in the first ball game came in, was a pinch hitter late in the ball game of the 7th, and was 0 for 1. Raya, 5'4" freshman from Edmond and North High School. Next pitch in there for a strike, and a 2-1. Raya spelled R-I-A-H. Raya Smith. Trying to give Southern Nazarene back the lead after OBU briefly had taken a 3-1, 3-2 advantage after 5. It's swinging a foul ball back to the screen, and it's 2 balls and 2 strikes. Morgan Brandon is the scheduled hitter next. She is hitless in this one and 1 for 6 in the twin bill. 2-2 pitch. Popped it up. That's playable for Savage in center field. Drifting back now makes the catch. And no advancement by Fellers at second. And that's out number 1 here in the 6th. So Morgan Brandon, who flied out her last time to Shelby in center, now will come to the plate. Go ahead run at second now with 1 out for the Crimson Storm. They just will not go away today and have not let OBU have a crack. Here's Jones' first pitch, bunted foul up the first base side for a strike. There's a silver lining to all of this, and things can change in a hurry. But the lower third of the lineup that is now batting is a combined 0 for 6 with a hit by pitch. 0-1 pitch. Inside quarter strike, 0-2 the count. Fellers, Sunby, Brandon, Sullivan all had at least one hit in the first ball game and a called 3rd strike. So Brandon stands up there and takes the 3rd strike, and now there's 2 out. Nine strikeouts for Kaylee Jones. That is a season and career high. Brooklyn Sullivan has struck out 1 of those 9 times. And did she go around? Yes, she did, for a strike. OBU will have Henry, Demery, and Marsh through up at the bottom of the sixth. Will it be a tie ball game? Pitch is upstairs. It's off of Marsh's glove, and a pass ball puts Fellers to third base. It's 1 ball and 1 strike. Three runs, 5 hits, Oklahoma Baptist. Southern Nazarene, 3 runs on 3 hits. Storm with 2 errors, OBU with 1. Here's the pitch. Just misses, and it's 2 balls and 1 strike. In comes the 2-1 pitch, and it's popped up, and that's out of play. So Kaylee Jones is 1 strike away from forcing SNU to leave the go-ahead run at third base. Kaylee has forced Southern Nazarene to strand at least 1 base runner in each of the last 3 innings. The 2-2 pitch. Little fister, and that's off the top of the backstop. So Sullivan will see at least 1 more pitch. Natalie Jones, the leadoff hitter, is on deck if Brooklyn Sullivan were to somehow reach the 2-2 pitch. Upstairs, and it's now full 3-2. Three balls, 2 strikes. In comes Jones' pitch. A fly ball into center field, hit pretty well, but Shelby Savage is there, and Sullivan put a charge into it, but not deep enough. 1 run, 2 hits. Go-ahead run stranded at third. After 5.5, it's a 3-3 tie on the Bison Sports Network. To the bottom of the 6th inning we go at Bison Softball Park. Todd Miller with you on the Bison Sports Network. It is a 3-3 tie after OBU had taken an abbreviated 3-2 lead after 5. Southern Nazarene gets the leadoff solo home run by Brooklyn Sparkman in the 6th. Kaylee Jones, though, battled back after the following hitter. Fellers doubled and then went to third on a pass ball. She got the 7, 8, and 9 hole hitters in order. And we go to the 6th at a tie, 3-3. Kaylee Jones, the reigning Great American Conference Pitcher of the Week, has been gritty of this one tonight. Henry, Demery, and Marsh, a combined 1 for 5 of the contest, will face Chelsea Vandiver here in the 6th inning. Vandiver has been really good tonight, allowing just 3 runs on 5 Bison hits. Vandiver's first pitch swung on a miss for a strike, and it's 0-1. Wind continuing to howl as it has been since the first pitch of game 1 at 5 o'clock. We're nearly 5 hours in this doubleheader. 11-1, Southern Nazarene wins the opener. It's 3-3 here in the bottom of the 6th. Here's the 0-1 pitch. This is away, 1 ball and 1 strike. One ball, 1 strike. Nobody on, nobody out. Bottom of the 6th inning. In comes the pitch. Bouncing ball foul, third base side. And it's 1 ball, 2 strikes. Asia Henry still looking for her first hit against SNU pitching. She is 3 for her last 6 to finish up the Southwestern Series, but again is 0 for 4 in 2 games against Sparkman and now Vandiver. Here's the 2-strike pitch, and she got her on the inside corner. So Henry goes down looking at a big strikeout to start the OBU 6th for Vandiver. So Cheyenne Demery, who has an infield hit and has hit safely in both games, now will come to the plate. She is 1 for 2. Rolled out short to first back in the 4th inning. Not a lot of production, as you might imagine, at a 3-3 ball game up and down the OBU lineup. Unlike the first 2 games against Ouachita, when they had double digits in hits and stranded 18 runners in a doubleheader split. Not near as many opportunities tonight. 1 ball, no strikes. Cheyenne Demery, 5th-year senior out of Pryor. In comes the 1-0 pitch. That's high and away, and it's 2 balls and no strikes. I say a 5th-year senior. She's a 5th-year player. Cheyenne hitting .231, 3 for 13, and all of those hits coming here in the last 2 games. In comes the 2-2 pitch. Swing and a miss. I said 2-2. It's 2-1 now. 2 teams didn't play last year. They played in Sam Maple's first year, OBU winning 3 of the 4, including both games here in Shawnee. Southern Nazarene getting an 11-1 victory to start the day today. 1-1, and the pitch popped up. That should be playable, angling towards foul territory. Now the wind pushing it back in, but Sullivan, the shortstop, stays with it and makes the diving catch of the outfield grass. That shows you right there what the wind will do. Nothing is routine on a pop-up, especially to the left side of the ballpark. It's always going to push it back towards fair territory, and Sullivan nearly overran that one. So Caitlin Marsh, who's 0 for 2, comes to the plate in a 3-3 ball game and nobody aboard here in the 6th. In comes the first pitch from Vandiver, and it's low. 1 ball, no strikes. Bison trying to avoid a 4-4 break of this 8-game conference homestand. In comes the 1-0 pitch. Downstairs, 2 balls now and no strikes. Looking ahead to the Southern Nazarene 7th, they're going to have Jones, Ayat, and Sauer, who's driven in 2 of the 3 runs today, due up in the 7th. Here's the 2-0 pitch. Outside quarter, and it was looked at for a strike, 2-1. Big blow in this ball game for OBU. Josie Sparks, 2-run triple back in the 5th inning. Next pitch, grounded left side. Sullivan at short, gobbles it up, throws to first, inning over. And Vandiver does her job in the 6th. On to the 7th we go. Southern Nazarene, Oklahoma Baptist tied at 3 on the Bison Sports Network. ShopOBUBison.com is your official online store for OBU apparel and merchandise. And best of all, it goes to support Oklahoma Baptist University athletics. Open 365 days a year, 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. ShopOBUBison.com, your official home for OBU apparel and merchandise. Todd Miller back with you in the booth here at Bison Softball Park on a windy and cool evening, a 3-3 tie in the 7th. Kaylee Jones is going to face the top third of the order for Southern Nazarene. And the first pitch is high and away, 1 ball, no strikes. Natalie Jones is struck out, fouled out, and doubled. Scored the second run of the ball game back in the 5th. He lines that pitch towards the corner and left. It's out of the reach of Anderson. It does get to the corner, and digging for second is Natalie Jones. Now the throw comes off. Jones never stops and heads for third. The throw came into second base, and it pulled Kalamura off of the bag. Had Kylie been able to handle that, she might have had a play into third on Jones. So it'll be a triple for Natalie Jones. And the go-ahead run here in the 7th is at third base with nobody out. Sky Ayette will be the batter. The catcher has been hit by a pitch twice and has been called out on a third strike. Bison having a defensive conference in the circle. So Southern Nazarene has hit 2 home runs. They have 2 doubles and a triple in this ball game. Their total of 5 safeties. Ayat the batter. Anything to the outfield very likely gives the Crimson Storm the advantage here in the 7th inning. So Kaylee Jones, if she's going to get out of this, is going to have to really do some damage control. When the first pitch is inside, 1 ball, no strikes. In comes the 1-0 pitch. In there for a strike, and it's 1 ball and 1 strike. In comes the 1-1 pitch. Hard hit, base hit, left field. So the Nazarene leads 4-3 as Jones carries the go-ahead run home. Ayat with a hard hit single into left, and now the triple and the single have given Southern Nazarene the lead on the 7th. And another conference coming up in the circle. And we'll get a courtesy runner out there at first base for Southern Nazarene. And she has a jacket on, so we'll have to wait till the umpire behind home plate tells us the number. It is Emma Nightingale that is running at first base. She came in and ran in the first contest. Nightingale is a 5'8" sophomore from Ardmore. So Mahina Sauer now can really do some damage in a 4-3 game. Southern Nazarene on top, even the 7th. In comes the pitch, and that is low. 1 ball, no strikes. Caitlin Curry, the cleanup hitter, is on deck. She has a couple of walks and a ground out. Here's the pitch. Low, and it's 2 balls, no strikes. Anderson in left, Savage in center, Demery in right. Richardson at first, Calamara at second, Sandoval at short, Henry at third. Downstairs, and it's 3-0, and they may be unintentionally walking Sauer right here. They won't give her anything to handle. He's driven in 2 of the 4. Here's the pitch. Called a strike, and it's 3-1. Three balls, 1 strike, and the pitch outside. So first and second, nobody out, and Caitlin Curley will be the batter. Well, Curley is the cleanup hitter. She has yet to put the ball into play in her first 2 at-bats. She grounded out short to first in the 5th. Southern Nazarene 4, Oklahoma Baptist 3. Top of the 7th inning here in Shawnee. Here's the wind, and then comes the pitch. Fly ball left field. Anderson retreats, now comes in as the wind holds it up. And that is out number 1. So the first out in the books for Caitlin Jones. Or for Kylie Jones. Kaylee Jones in the circle, delivers, and the pitch is in tight. 1 ball, no strikes. Jones, for the most part, has done a good job of limiting the damage. Southern Nazarene got 1 run, 1 hit in the first. They got 1 run on 2 hits and left 2 aboard in the 5th. 2 balls, no strikes. Kaylee surrendered the home run to Sparkman back in the 6th, and now a leadoff triple and a single have Southern Nazarene on top 4-3. 2-0 to Sparkman. In comes the pitch. Ground ball, right field, base hit. They're going to wave around Ayat. Now the throw comes into third from Dimery, and the tag not quite in time. They just put the stop sign up as Ayat made that wide turn at third. It's a good thing because the throw was gunned into third, and Henry, her tag wasn't quite in time. So the bases are loaded with 1 out for Fellers. It's not Ayat, but instead it is Nightingale again that's running to third base.
Thank you.
Wakey Kanoa is the runner at first base as Fellers now will come to the plate. In comes the pitch. Fly ball, left field, out of play. No balls, 1 strike. Well, this very likely is your ball game. You give yourself a chance if you allow them to put 1 run up. You allow them 2 or 3 runs, then it becomes really difficult in the bottom of the 7th. Jones needs to bear down. Kaylee's pitch on the way. Low and away. 1 ball, 1 strike. OBU in the 7th. Anderson, Savage, Sandoval, the 3 scheduled hitters. That's 8, 9, and 1 in the order. Kaylee Jones pitch. Upstairs, and it's 2 balls and 1 strike. Aspen Yount started game number 1 with 4 innings, 6 runs, 4 earned. Kaylee Sessoms 3 innings and 5 earned runs in the opener. Called strike, and it's 2 balls and 2 strikes. 3 runs, 6 hits, 9 strikeouts. The ledger for Kaylee Jones in this one. In comes the 2-2 pitch. Swing and a miss. Got her with a fastball away, and that's out number 2. It is a huge strikeout for Kaylee Jones, and she's into double figures now with her 10th. Jones has struck out every Southern Nazarene batter in this ballgame with the exception of Sauer and Curley. Sydney Sunby is back in. She's re-entered after being pinch hit for back in the 6th inning. Takes inside ball number 1. She was pinch hit for, I think, maybe to collect her breath after that near injury in center field in OBU's half of the 6th. There's a liner foul, and it's 1 ball, 1 strike. She re-entered defensively in the 6th, and then now has returned to the plate here in the 7th. Kaylee Jones trying to keep this a 1-run ball game. Here's the pitch. Swing and miss, and it's 1 ball, 2 strikes. Jones working hard, battling hard. First 3 reached. 2 of the last 3 have been retired here in the 7th. Jones winds, and the 1-2 pitch is upstairs, and it's 2 balls and 2 strikes. Kaylee Jones has nothing but a bright future here on Bison Hill, just a sophomore. 2-2 the count. And in comes the pitch. Swing and a miss. Got her on a high, hard one. And down she goes. And Southern Nazarene only settles for one in all of that. 3 hits, 3 left. Last chance for OBU. Can they walk it off for the second time in the last 3 ball games? We'll find out next on the Bison Sports Network. All right, the Bison need 1 to tie and 2 to walk it off here at the bottom of the 7th inning. Mia Motamog will pinch hit for McKenna Anderson here in the 7th. See on your monitor the wind really kicking up the dust, and as I said in the first ball game, that dust will eventually land in Kansas. 4 runs, 6 hits, Southern Nazarene, 3 runs, 5 hits, OBU. Bottom of the 7th. Mia Motamog in the first contest today. As she jumps on the pitch, grounds it right back to the circle, and she is out number 1 here in the 7th. Motamog now 0 for 3 in the 2 games today. And the important leadoff hitter is retired here in the 7th inning. In fact, only 1 of the 7 innings has OBU had their leadoff hitter on. That was back in the 3rd when Cheyenne Sandoval was hit on the first pitch of that inning by Vandiver. So Shelby Savage, a ground out and a fly out to right. Steps in, OBU down a run, 4-3. First pitch is a strike away, and it's 0-1. Bison have 2 walk-off wins this season. They need a runner on and then somebody to step up and end this thing. In comes the pitch. Outside quarter strike, and it's 0-2. Sandoval will bat next, and if anybody reaches Kalamura here in inning number 7. Drama here at the ballpark, just past the 10 o'clock hour. This doubleheader now just over 5 hours old. SNU winning 11-1 the opener, lead 4-3 in the 7th of the nightcap. Way outside, 1 ball, 2 strikes. Vandiver has now set down 5 straight since OBU had 3 runners with 2 outs back in the 5th. Here's the pitch. Fly ball left field. That's going to drop. Didn't get much of it, but it dropped right in front of Brandon as Savage bloops 1 out into left. The tying run is on with good speed. The winning run, Sandoval coming to the plate. Cheyenne Sandoval has reached twice, was hit by a pitch in the 3rd. Scored 1 of the 2 runs of the 5th when OBU briefly took a 1-run lead at 3-2. That after an infield single. Tying run is on, 1 out, bottom of the 7th inning. Here is Vandiver's pitch. And that's outside, 1 ball, no strikes. Sandoval has 3 hits to lead the offensive attack in the 2 games today. She went 2 for 3 with an RBI in the first ball game. 1 for 2 in the nightcap with a run scored. Well, the pitch. Slap foul, and it's down the line and left. Lands harmlessly. 1 ball, 1 strike. Cheyenne Sandoval on the season is yet to homer. She does have a team-high 10 RBIs. One ball, 1 strike. The first baseman, Sauer, coming in close. Little tapper right at Sauer, and she now will put the tag on Sandoval, and the tying run in Savage moves to second. So Sauer was about a third of the way down the line at first, and that ball was just tapped to her on a big friendly hop. So now it's up to Kylie Kawamura if OBU is to stay afloat here in the 7th inning.
Kylie Kawamura.
Kawamura's been on board twice, a single, a hit by pitch, a run scored. One time she's been retired by Vandiver, a strikeout swinging back of the 3rd. First pitch, outside, 1 ball, no strikes. Bottomaw grounded out to the circle. Savage then blooped one into left. She's at second after the ground out to first by Cheyenne Sandoval. 1 on, 2 out, bottom of the 7th, 4-3 Southern Nazarene. Kawamura gets the sign, up brings it home. Ground ball, foul, 3rd. Didn't miss by much, and that would have tied the game. Kawamura is as good as anybody in this situation. She has the 2nd most RBIs on the team with 8. She has 3 extra base hits, and she is hitting a team 2nd best 410 on the spring. 1 ball, 1 strike. Runner at second carries the tying run. Shelby Savage, the pitch. Bounced foul, and this game down to a final strike. One ball, 2 strikes. Kylie Kawamura against Vandiver. Kawamura trying to keep the game alive. Takes outside, and it's 2 balls and 2 strikes. The Bison have had base runners in all but the 4th inning and the 6th innings tonight. They were retired 1, 2, 3 in those frames. Kawamura awaits. Vandiver gets the sign, checks the wrist. Now winds in the 2-2 pitch. Hit foul, 3rd base side, so Kawamura continuing to battle here with 2 strikes and 2 outs in the 7th. Two balls, 2 strikes, and here we go again. The pitch from Vandiver, again hit foul towards the opening of the 3rd base dugout that sent some Bison scattering. Two balls, 2 strikes. Bottom of the 7th, 4-3 Crimson Storm. Here's the pitch. Lined right at the 3rd baseman, Curley, who makes the catch, and the ball game is over. Kawamura battled, and then she laced it right to the 3rd baseman, Curley, who was in perfect position, never moved a step. And Southern Nazarene survives in the 7th. They're 2 in the top of the inning, proved to be a winner. 1 hit, 1 left for OBU. Final score, Game 2, 4-3 Southern Nazarene. Our post-game show is coming up in a moment on the Bison Sports Network.
We hope to see you then. Drive safe and go Bison.
Todd Miller back here with you in the booth from Bison Softball Park. 4-3 the final score. 4 runs, 8 hits, 2 errors for Southern Nazarene. 3 runs, 6 hits for OBU. 1 error. Left on base, Southern Nazarene stranded 9, Oklahoma Baptist 5. The winner is Chelsea Vandiver. 7 innings, 6 hits, 3 runs, 2 earned with 4 strikeouts and a walk. Kaylee Jones takes the loss. 7 innings, 8 hits, 4 earned runs, 11 strikeouts, a career best, and 3 walks. Vandiver will get the win, and again the loss goes to Kaylee Jones. Jones will lose for the 3rd time this season. Offensively, OBU had nobody with more than 1 hit. Southern Nazarene had 3 players with multiple hits. Natalie Jones was 2 for 4 out of the leadoff spot. Mahina Sauer was 2 for 3 with 2 RBIs, a home run, and a single out of the number 3 spot. And Brooklyn Sparkman hit a home run as well and delivered an RBI and scored a run, 2 hits and 4 at-bats. So a tough day all the way around for OBU. They drop to 5-5, or make that 4-4 in Great American Conference play. And overall, the Bison now are 8-5. Southern Nazarene leaves town an even 8-8 of the season and 6-2 in Great American Conference play. Our next broadcast will come up next week here from the Bison Softball Park. Until then, our final scores for the final time. OBU loses game 1, 11-1. Bison drop the nightcap 4-3. We'll see you down the line. Until then, this is Todd Miller from Shawnee. Good night, everybody.